story to you, and he'd sing, and it was kind of magical back then. Like this was like a little robot of sorts, and I don't know, it was just really cool to me. So, and then you could still like have him as your teddy bear when you'd go to sleep, and it was pretty cool. So yeah, look him up. I think they actually have a more modern version of him. I'm sure if you looked it up on like Amazon or something, you could find it, but
probably connects to your phone via Bluetooth or something like crazy thing.
Yeah. Oh man, how things have changed. Cool. Okay, well, thank you both for sharing. I love your shares.
For me, you ready to hear the next level of that joke, though?
Yes.
So we were talking about, just joking around about branding opportunities, because, that's what you have to talk about. And I talked about how it's a shame that Protractor is sort of on its way out, because there was a real opportunity for us to try to get a John Deere endorsement.
Oh,
I'm not making
protractors.
Yes, exactly. I get it.
Yes.
I can't remember. I knew people that worked at John Deere, and I can't remember if they use Angular, but there's probably a 50-50 chance they do.
Regardless of what framework they use, they're using Protractor to test it.
Oh, okay. Well, now they have to. They literally have to.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Okay, so where were we? Capybara?
Yes. So we use Capybara to actually copy all the code over into Google.
I see. Cool.
It's not like I manage a bash script that's just insanity.
That's what I was thinking.
I get to rely on another team who manages a Python library that's insanity. But yeah, that allows us to kind of easily manage the transformation over. It allows us to apply patches for those local mods, that kind of stuff, and we can just create incremental changes within Google 3 where we have a change that is just whatever git patch file essentially that we have from the outside.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So is this like the role that you started at on the Angular team, or like where have you been?
It is not.
Okay.
Where have I been?
Where have you been?
Besides question my manager asks too frequently. So when I started on the Angular team, like actually being on the Angular team, you know what? I'm gonna play host for a second. You know what? We should actually go further back. How did you get started in all of this, Joey? That's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
No problem.
So,
I'm always curious.
So I actually, when I joined Google, I joined as a corporate operations engineer. So the people who do the internal support for Google. Unsurprisingly, part of any support work is trying to like automate yourself away. And with that, I was working on making tooling and stuff for us to automate or augment our job. And I needed to make a web interface. And I looked around on the internet and I was like, what should I use? And I landed on AngularJS. I was like, cool, this is really
Wait, what year was this? We need timeline here.
2013, 2014-ish.
Okay.
Ooh, the good old AngularJS days. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right,
so I was like, oh, this is so cool. I picked this thing and it's already in Google 3.
Yeah.
Easy. So I start using it. And then I find out like 5 months later, oh, that's because the Angular team is Googlers. Like that's why it's in Google 3.
But you didn't know that initially?
No idea.
This library looks great. Oh, it's already in our repository.
I wish there was some way for me to meet these people that wrote this library.
Exactly. and which I do feel like does enable me to say that like I chose Angular, right? Like I didn't.
No, Joey. Angular chose you, my friend.
That's right. I didn't choose the Angular life. The Angular life chose me. Okay. But yeah, so I started doing that, and then actually Naomi Black, who used to be one of the program managers for Angular, sent out an email internally that was like, hey, we want to do stuff with the material components to show the adaptive or the responsive design that you can do. Does anybody want, as like a 20% project, to like help out with that? So I did that. And that kind of got me the chance to like meet the team and like interact. And then
Was that the
I haven't
AngularJS
left.
material project, which
It is,
still
yeah.
exists
So
today? Yeah.
yeah, it's at Angular Connect in probably 2015. It
Yeah.
was presented, so I got to go. Like,
Yeah.
that was
Nice.
part of the cool thing for me, was I got to go to that and like be
Got to
there
go to
with the
London.
team.
Nice.
Exactly, first time I had ever been to Europe at all.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, and so in doing that, I met Jeremy and like got to interact with him more, and then I kind of just was
Jeremy
like,
Elborn, right? Just
correct,
to be clear.
yes.
Yep.
Yes. And who at the time was leading the components,
Managing the
material
team for
components
AngularJS.
team.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
Yeah,
and then he also led the material team on V2, right? Or that
correct,
transition
yeah.
as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it was right around that transition where like I really started being like, hey, I'd love to be able to work more on this stuff. And so I got to do that a bit, just kind of on the side. And then my manager at the time, who is also my manager now, but on a totally
Say
different
nice
team.
things. Say nice things.
Yeah, I recruited her to join us. Like
Nice.
That's nice.
That's the thing they don't tell you. Bring your manager with you.
Especially
That's
if you
the
like
key.
them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If you don't like them, just leave them where they are.
Exactly. She actually got me the opportunity to kind of do a rotation with the Angular team, where
nice.
I
Cool.
just went and worked with them for a number of months, like full time. And then I was fortunate enough that they had an opening, like a headcount at the time, and I joined the team and joined on the components team. And then I found myself getting more and more frustrated with what I perceive as a lack of structure to our operations and infrastructure. And I just kind of kept campaigning for like, we should have somebody whose job is to focus on this. And then eventually the time was right, and I stopped being solely on the components team and turned my focus to that. And that was about 3 years ago.
When you created
cool.
the position of director of whatever. Nice.
Something.
Correct.
Director of something.
So, okay.
Very cool.
So you said there was the components team. Like, how many teams are there on the Angular team?
What a great question.
How many
all of them by name and who's on them.
Okay.
We don't have time for who's on them. Maybe just like
no. So
folks.
Fine.
Yeah, if you like, so it's interesting. We actually I have had this conversation a number of times with folks of like, we within the team have this understanding of our structure, but like we present ourselves to the world as the Angular team, right? Sure. And like it shouldn't matter. Like the sub teams are an implementation detail. I'm happy to talk about them, but like it shouldn't matter to general public. But in terms of like developing Angular itself, and like developing the things we release, we have 3 main sub teams. What we call the framework team, which is all the stuff that is in the Angular repository, the tooling team, which is all the things in the Angular CLI repository, and then the components team, which is in, you guessed it, the Angular components repository. And that is not to, by any means, like leave out the fact that there are other teams. So we have like our DevRel and our docs team and our dev infra, and like there's that kind of stuff. But in terms of what is created, our primary sub team.
Interesting. Okay, so now you're the director of whatever. Are you still technically under the umbrella of the components team? Are you more in a different area, or are you sort of an umbrella over whatever?
So I like to think of myself as the foundation on which the other ones are built.
Okay, so less of an umbrella and more of a trunk.
Yeah, like if you think
like
of
a concrete pad that you poured your
like I'm the foundation for the 3 pillars of the other sub teams, right?
Oh, I like this
because the things that I do enable them to create what they do. And then if you want to talk about the other 2 primary groups, the DevRel and documentation groups, they are kind of more of the umbrella where the stuff comes up to them. Docs make sure that humans can understand it. DevRel makes sure humans find out about it, right? So I view myself as my team as the foundation, because we do span across everything. Okay,
cool. Yeah, I have a very interesting, like, I feel like we could ask our listeners to draw what they think the structure looks like. We got a lot of very interesting drawings.
Yes.
But yes.
Do you also do the CLI, or is that a different team?
So the CLI
It's
is under tooling. Yeah.
Right,
So
right.
because it is for our consumers, right?
Right, because you don't use the CLI.
Correct. Yeah.
Which is so nice of y'all to build a CLI for like just the
everybody
love.
else to use.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I'm here to campaign for everybody to use Bazel because it's great. It genuinely is. I love Bazel and what it unlocks. It does require a lot more management. And if you don't have a good understanding, you can really shoot yourself in the foot. But yeah, like with where the JavaScript ecosystem is, having the CLI tooling that integrates with everything else makes so much more sense than us saying you have to do it our way. I would love for people to want to adopt Bazel and for us to find ways to do that, but like that's Angular is not about we're trying to move with the ecosystem, not say, hey, ecosystem, do this whole different thing instead.
You're like, we know you say that the barrier to entry is high, but we just made it a little bit higher for you. You're welcome.
Well, it's like the barrier of entry like without Bazel, the barrier to entry is like a hurdle, right? Like, people sprint and run over these things. Great. Yeah. Once you put Bazel, it's like, okay, jump over that two-step building real quick, right?
Go get your vaulting pole. Oh, exactly. You don't know how to do that? Well, you're gonna have to learn how to pull vault.
Also, there's no mat on the other side, so hopefully you land.
Well, to a certain extent, I mean, like Bazel's great, but that's why there's been other tools that have come out of the ecosystem that kind of are Bazel light, if you will, almost like NX or Turbo Repo or something like this, right?
Yeah, so one of the big things is that that those things don't do that Bazel does, and it is both a huge powerful thing, but also like makes it harder to work with. Is Bazel is language agnostic, right?
Correct.
It is not for TypeScript or JavaScript. It doesn't care and doesn't know. And that is extremely powerful.
Right.
But with great power comes me breaking a lot of things. And so
and a lot of config files.
Yeah.
And every directory.
So for the listeners who are like, okay, I've heard of Bazel, and he keeps talking about how they use it for a lot of stuff, like tell me what Bazel does. So
the way that I like to describe it is that it's more of a build orchestration system than a build system itself. And Ryan, as you mentioned there are config files everywhere. So there are these things that are called build files. And the important part that Bazel leverages with build files is that instead of just having one global space where everything is, you actually define for this buildable target, here are the actual things I depend on. And what that allows Bazel to do is actually build a dependency graph of all of the individual buildable targets. And so it does that along with, because it knows the inputs, it can see if any of the inputs to a target have changed. If they have, you need to rebuild it. But if they haven't changed, you can just hand back the cache result. And so that hermeticity that it provides of always having the same input to the same output, along with that that ability to just reuse those artifacts, cacheability, that was what I was looking for. The cacheability is just makes it extremely powerful. Like Bazel is the open source version of what Google uses to build our repo. Famously, Google has a mono repo where literally the build system for all of the, I don't know how many lines of code, a lot inside of Google, are all able to be built with this one thing. And so just kind of give an example of like the power of it, right? You asked before about how we build Angular inside of Google and how we build it externally. Externally, we actually have very, very fine-grained rules, right? Our rules, we have build rules or build files all over the place. Inside of Google, because as I mentioned, we don't develop inside of Google, we actually have really coarse-grained rules. We have like one build file that represents all of Angular/core, because it's costly to build, or costly as compared to the incrementality that you could have to do that. But because nobody ever changes what's in there, we build it once and everybody just uses it. So we rely on that fact that you can just cache it and just use it everywhere, and we don't have to maintain crazy build rules. The build rules can be leveraged at fine and coarse grained based on your understanding. But it does require understanding of both what it takes to build it and how it's used.
That's cool. So you managed a lot of that process between internal and external, if you will, right? Like all of that happening.
Yeah. It's a big part. And like manage sometimes feels like a strong word, right? Like I manage the tools that we do. If it breaks, it's my responsibility.
Right.
But fortunately, we have a lot of good tooling that I have been able to leverage. Not the stuff that I've by no means have I just like written a bunch of great stuff.
Long time.
It's extremely stable and works really well. So for the most part, it doesnn't break.
So if you're doing your job right, no one knows you're doing your job.
That is the classic support service place, right? Like, exactly.
I have a question. So what are you working on next? Like as like the lead of like dev infra at Angular. I mean, I imagine like you're not doing like a new ng image tag or whatever that's coming out.
No,
in V15
I'll let
whatever,
Kara and the Aurora team.
Yeah. They're doing
much
those
better
things.
than I am.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
Like, but like, what's on the horizon for y'all in terms of like building, tooling, and like infra? Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, so a lot of the focus in the next bit is around kind of some of our operational security.
Interesting.
GitHub is wonderful, but it's very coarse-grained in its permissions, right? Either you can do everything or you can look at things.
Right.
Like, that's kind of
you're a collaborator, a writer, or an admin.
Yeah,
like
exactly. And so what we want to do is kind of reduce. There's no such thing as eliminating, right, with security, but we want to reduce the risk of someone being compromised on the team, right? If somebody were to get, my personal access token for GitHub, what would they be able to do?
Oh, interesting.
And so because it's a high risk thing, we actually are trying to move to a place where all of what you would call like destructive actions, like writing or releasing, that kind of thing, are
so
actually
just
proxied.
Automation. Yeah.
Well, it's automated or proxied through a bot account. So what we actually have, what I've created is a service that we can use where we log in. You get 18 hours of your credential being active, and when you go to merge something, it actually requests a token that is handed back via WebSocket. And as long as that WebSocket is open, the token is valid. But as soon as the WebSocket closes, it revokes the token.
Interesting.
And so for our merge process, right, we run our merge command because our merging is fairly complex. When you run the merge command, it checks out the token, uses that token to do the actions, and then turns off. So if somebody were to get that token, it becomes inactive so quickly that it reduces the risk of actually doing anything. And then the step beyond that will actually be, rather than handing the token out, we'll actually just have the commands that you're attempting to run execute in containers, on Google Cloud, right? So nothing will ever even come to your machine. It all will stay inside of the container where you have no ability to influence the actual code that's being run, which makes the security even a little bit tighter.
Have you guys, I mean, this sounds fantastic. And I think this is a good thing. Like, this is good assurance for the community. It's good assurance for Google and all the projects that use Angular. You wouldn't want something sneaking in there. Have you guys run into security issues in the past? I'm not aware of any. I'm just curious if there's any stories here.
I mean, they're like, we are a large project. There is no way that we've never had
mining Bitcoin on everybody's machine that Angular runs on?
I am not.
Not personally. I'm not the director of that whatever. It's
that's a different
today anyway.
That's the director of Bitcoin.
Not like
totally different. No, I mean, absolutely not. And I talked about this a little bit at NGConf, or not specifically your question of are we mining Bitcoin, but the idea of supply chain security, right? Being able to say exactly where everything comes from. That's what the whole goal is with like SBOM and everything.
Yeah, it's so critical today. I mean, like with so much stuff gets pulled in that you just don't even know based on like what's in your package lock file and like what you doing semver and which one are you grabbing and who last built it and where's it pulling from. And like, there's just so much code that ends up in your applications today that you're not writing. Right.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
it's so important to have that kind of pipeline secured.
Well, and to have for small companies going through SOC 2 audits and, it's like to be able to trust the code that they're writing. I mean, it makes their job so much easier. Those audits are not fun.
Yeah. And one of the things that we do within the team is we try to minimize the number of dependencies in the packages we create. Right. So we have a bunch of dependencies for our own building, but if you get Angular core, right, you're depending on TypeScript, TSLib, RxJS, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
RxJS is an established project. Like we all know Ben, right? The other
there's
two
no
are from
dependence.
Microsoft.
I don't think RxJS has any dependencies.
RxJS doesn't depend on anything. TypeScript, I don't believe does, right? So like
I don't think
the chain stops pretty quickly.
The chain stops there. That's right. Yeah.
And so we have tried really hard to do that. Like there have been times where we're like, oh, we could leverage this thing, and we could, but the cost is not even necessarily control, right? Because like it's doing what we needed to. There's all kinds of things you can do.
Sure.
But the ability for us to give assurance to our users that,
and then you have to manage the life cycle of that dependency and everything that goes along with it. I can't tell you how many times like I've worked with clients and I'm like, you can't just have anybody touching package JSON and just like, oh, I need moment. Oh, I need Luxon. Oh no, I like this, then I like that. And then you end up with like, I've looked at package JSON that like the dependencies, like 200 dependencies. And I'm like, what? Do you actually need all of this? And like, do you know what's in all of this? No, you don't. Because like, there's just, everybody just adds whatever they want to it. And it's like, come on, guys, we can't do this. This is getting out of control.
Yeah, like
I feel we're that way in Angular.
Yeah. Like it's bad for your bundle size, but it's also bad for just like,
but then getting all those dependabot emails.
You have to count on all those dependencies then to keep up with current, so that you can continue to use them.
But to Joey's point is like, what are their dependencies? Like you bring in a library, are you then thinking about all of their dependencies and the whole tree of dependencies, and it becomes massive.
Oh, and I had back in my former life, I had a job where we had it was a .NET app, and we had this one dependency that was like we had to use it, and we couldn't use .NET Core because of it, because they weren't there yet. So it's like that dependency held us back, and like that's one of the risks as well.
Dependency hell is what it's called.
There's kind of, I think there are a million ways to look at packages and dependencies, but two of them I think that are really valuable for taking the right mindset into what you're doing is the operational question of, is the value I'm getting out of this dependency and having to maintain it in the future or do whatever it needs me to worth the cost of having it?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing is the security mindset, which like can be stated as simply as every dependency is an attack vector, right? And so you want to minimize your attack surface, and one of the ways is to minimize your dependencies.
Yep. Joey, I have another question for you. Yes. I know you love my questions, by the way.
We
have such good rapport.
Every time Brian's like, I have a question, he's like,
this one, you're going to love this one. How excited are you that you are the number 10 contributor on GitHub to the Angular repo? And just ahead of you is our friend Mishka, who has now left the Angular team. And you are in striking distance, my friend, of overcoming the father of Angular with your contributions. How excited are you for that moment?
And also, when is that going to happen?
And when we're going to have a party?
Ooh, yeah.
I'm literally pulling this up right now because
come on.
I'm wanting to look at this. So what is the measure you are using?
I'm just looking at GitHub. I don't know.
Okay, so you're using number of commits. A perfectly valid measure. No problem with that at all.
But you're crushing it on the lines,
Crushing it in the lines. The lines is where I shine.
Yeah. Okay.
I skyrocketed into first place there.
So what giant tool did you run that refactored 800,000 lines of code that gave you that number?
I will tell you.
Because we know that you didn't write 1 million lines.
So here's what it is. No, first off, anything I wrote, like my coding familial tree did, right? Like I wrote tools that did that, so I did it, right? I get credit for those, right?
Fathered.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's a pyramid scheme. I get
It
it.
is.
Yes,
It is the
exactly.
multi-level marketing of code commits. Yes. To answer your question, though, I had an ill-fated attempt to reformat the entire Angular repository, in which we did that. Everybody got upset, and then I
and then you rolled it back.
That's a lot
That's
of
why
adds
it's
and a lot of
add
deletes.
and a million back. That's fantastic. I love it. Okay. But you are within striking distance. You've got like 100 commits to go, and you will overtake Mishko Hevery, and you will get there, my friend. I hope you get you should get a bonus. Do we call you like the king of Angular then? Is that what your title will be? Once you overtake commits on the father of Angular?
I'm honestly worried about the attention that I'm going to have just for being on this podcast. I try to.
We don't have that many listeners. Don't worry.
Like,
It's just
I'll tell you all the same thing that I tell my manager all the time.
Laura's mom and my wife, like they love it.
It's a great quote from Michael Scott, and it is, "I thrive under a lack of supervision." And you know, that's
we're shining light on what you're doing.
Yeah. So okay, I will say though, you brought up the fact that I am close to Mishko. That may be true. However, there are 2 active team members who are ahead of me who I will be very hard to catch as well. So
I'm gonna guess
Alex
and Paul. Yeah, I was gonna say Paul. He's all the way at the top, 1,900 commits. Nice.
Oh no, that's George. Paul's is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look at the wrong. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, George also. So, all right, can I? No shade at George, but I'm gonna point out something about George's commit count.
Does he do like tiny little commits? He likes to like break his PR up into like 8 commits. No, like, I'm gonna stage them. And
okay, first off, you said that like it's a bad thing. If you give me
no.
I love commits,
small.
That is what I want. I want 1,000 commits in a PR. I don't want 1,000 commits in a PR.
I've done PRs with like 100+ files, and you're like, it takes me like 2 hours to review, and it's like this is just overwhelming.
What I was going to say was George's ability to extremely in-depth review code is incredible, and he does that to his own code as well.
Mm-hmm.
And for that reason, like he definitely is not doing a lot of I broke this and now I get to fix it. But the way that he we'll call it gamed the system is he is the one who wrote a quick little automation that updated the hash that we used for where the documentation was for tooling that shows up in framework. And that means that once a week he created 2 PRs, so that's just 2 commits that were literally just changing that hash automatically.
Every week?
That's 100 a year.
Nice.
Oh, so, that's cheating. That's cheating.
Hey, I didn't say cheating. I never used that word.
I did.
Gaming. Yeah, that's no. But no, it's honestly, it's fun to look at these things, but
I know I'm just having fun with it for the audience. Just hear us say that like we're having some fun. There's a great team behind all of this. So
yeah, the number that I really do want to see go up though is the number of overall contributors. Right, like we have 1,645 individual contributors to our repository, and being able to see that go up is really what I care about. Like 0.5% more than passing Mishko.
So okay,
0.5%.
so like
Perfect.
So if somebody's listening and they're like, I want to help you, I feel I'm driven to help you increase the contributor numbers. What can I do?
So I will answer your question, then I want to give a caveat afterwards.
Nice. Okay.
So to answer your question, find something small that bothers you about Angular, or an issue that is this small and is manageable and bite-sized. Like if you come in and you're like, I rewrote router, like that's not going to happen, right? But there are small quality of life improvements that we can have.
Some issues that are tagged for maybe it's a different repo. Isn't there a tag that's like community contribution?
I think we have good
something?
First issue.
Good first issue
and help wanted are the 2 that we have.
Yep.
And we are doing our best to tag those as much as possible.
Yeah.
But so finding those things and then trying to, like, on the issue, letting us know that you want to work on that. That way we can give guidance if it's appropriate. We can have it not come as a surprise, right? Because similar, kind of along the lines of, I rewrote router, right? Like, we want to make sure that the way that you are envisioning it is aligning with the way we are envisioning it, so that we reach a good place, rather than, going totally off in another direction that just doesn't gel with the rest of everything.
Yeah.
To the caveat that I wanted to give, though, like I said, I do want to see that contributor number go up, but I actually think that we, in the open source world, don't do a great job of defining what it is to be a participant in the community. We do it so much with using the word contributor. Contributors are important. Obviously, without code, these things don't exist. But like, we could have all the contributors in the world and no users, and that means it isn't worth anything. So really, it's what we want to see is participation in the community. And for some people, that means contributing. Some people, that's blog posts. Some people, that's asking questions. Some people, that's answering questions. Like, really what we want to see is for everyone to feel that their voice is both valued as well as necessary for the community to continue to grow. Because if we only have 5 people that are, saying everything, leading the charge and everything, like, we're just doing what those 5 people want. But if everybody is using their voice to weigh in, that's how we actually could have a consensus to drive forward the community.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point too. And it doesn't have to be like the whole community. Like, you can start very small and just like help people at work, or, join a local meetup, do something. Like, it doesn't have to be these big grand sweeping gestures of like, oh, look at me, I'm on a stage, or look at me, I'm doing, like, because some people are not comfortable with that. Some people are not confident in their writing or their speaking, but they're, even just going into, like when we put out requests for comments, right? Like, go comment, right? Like, do you have an opinion? Let us know what you think. And
exactly. Yeah. And it's so hard to find and be able to highlight those things. So they aren't talked about, but that's what actually keeps a community thriving. The people up on stage and everything, like, if they don't have people listening to them or talking about what they're talking about, like, they're talking for nothing, right? And so it's hard to instill that feeling that we all are part of this community, even like whatever part that is. But yeah, I guess I'll step down from my soapbox about it, but it's something that I've been trying to put to words and get out there the message.
I think it's very meaningful.
I think so too. And I think that's probably the biggest hesitation I hear from people, when they're trying to get involved, is that they're afraid they're not enough, and like, either they're not technical enough, they're not a good enough writer, they're not a good enough speaker, they don't know enough people. Like, all you got to do, you can get on Twitter and retweet people. Like, that is also a way, like, there's plenty of ways to contribute.
I am here to dispel some of those myths that you just said of, I'm not a good enough writer, I'm not a good enough speaker, I'm not technical enough. We'll just use me as an example. I consistently receive comments in my code correcting my grammar from someone whose English is not their first language. Clearly, it doesn't matter that much. I'm still able to contribute.
It's probably because they learned English better.
Yeah, there's the aspect of I learned English in America and they learned.
I was going to say,
correctly.
but
we can cut that out. But and in terms of speaking, like, I've never spoken anything or done a podcast like this and listened to it and been like, oh, that was good.
Right.
I abhor what I sound like.
You crushed your ngconf talk.
Thank you. And I took 2 breaths during the whole thing.
Right.
Like
and sweated
it's actually,
the whole time, and like,
if you want a really fun thing to do, go listen to an Angular Connect talk that I gave a while ago, and you can hear like 4 minutes in when I'm like because I finally took a breath.
Nice.
Right?
I might do that.
Yeah, no,
Might do
it's
that.
pretty entertaining.
We'll get it in the
Just
show
gonna
notes. We'll get
edit
the
that.
marker on
That's the new
YouTube.
soundtrack for
Like, at that
for
time.
this podcast is just you breathing.
But like, you know, those things, like, don't get me wrong, like it's part of why I'm able to not worry about it too much is because of me and my personality. Like I don't care a whole lot what people think about those things about me.
Right.
And I recognize that that's not true for everyone, but I want to point out that like no one has ever asked me about any of those things, right? Like nobody's ever
Right.
been like, you know how to breathe because I watched you in your talk and it looked
seem
like you didn't.
Nervous.
Yeah, exactly. Like everybody is so supportive, and like I do feel that I'm getting better every time.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the contributing itself and not feeling technical enough, I don't have a computer science background. I don't like we were talking about like using make, right? Like I know that's a term, but I don't actually know what you mean.
What do you do with that?
Like,
Oh, really?
like 100%, I don't.
You've never
know
used
what that
make?
means.
Like
No,
a make
I have
file.
no, like,
It's pretty easy. I shouldn't say it's pretty easy, but like that's how like everything is, like not everything, but like in Linux when you're installing source and you like make setup, like that's running make, which is just like
Yeah,
a
I mean,
build
like-
orchestration tool.
like
yeah.
context of the word make, I probably could have guessed, but like I have no idea. Like I don't actually know, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't
that's-
trying to
No,
like peacock or whatever. I just figured maybe
No.
you guys use make.
Here's the thing. Brian has a computer science degree.
but I guess that's my point though, is that like
and an MBA if we're gonna
there you
throw
go.
that out there.
There you
Sorry, I'm
And
kidding.
I have a degree in informatics that was great.
What is
and I don't use-
informatics?
Yeah, what's that?
It
do?
I don't even know what it is.
The way that I like to describe it is looking at the human side of computing.
Oh,
So
cool.
a real good example
Yeah.
is like interrogating the question like, what does it mean in society now that, like, if we think about when any of our parents grew up, if they were like, I wonder how tall Mount Everest is, they could remember that and look it up in a library a week later.
Right.
Now, like,
in an
if
encyclopedia,
we accidentally
you have to,
said like
find,
Siri
like, which
beforehand
book.
or Alexa, it'll just tell us, right?
Right.
And that is the ability to have the world at your fingertips like that fundamentally changes the way that you interact with others and interact with the world. Like Ryan, you mentioned like being a new dad with my kids. I have a 3 and a 5-year-old, and like
That's right. I
teaching
knew
them
you had one or
that
two.
things aren't immediately available all the time is so hard, because like the reality is they are for so many things, right? Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
at this point I have to artificially slow things down to teach them that it's not always available, right? Like,
Right.
you know, they want to watch the next episode of Bluey, like it's there every
Right.
time.
Right.
But like,
Yeah.
you know, back in my day, I had to wait till next week, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's a big question that like informatics interrogates in like the general sense. So
Interesting.
there's specializations that get into that as well. But
Then maybe,
Um,
but that helps. Like maybe that's part of like with your whole like contributing in open source and all of that. Maybe that really helps you to be a great open source contributor.
yeah, I think it helps me to be able to build empathy and be able to put myself in the position of others. But and like, so I'm not saying like by no means is that not a worthwhile degree or doesn't provide value to my day-to-day work, but like
Right.
it did not provide any technical
Yeah.
like value to it, right?
What
Like
what department does that fall under?
the School of Informatics. It
This
is its own.
helpful.
So when I graduated, it was I graduated from Indiana University, and
Okay.
it was one of like
Go Buckeyes.
4 universities. That is Ohio State. Indiana University is the Hoosiers.
What is the
That's
Hoosiers?
okay.
Sorry, I meant Hoosiers.
One of those
That's
vowel
I
states.
was-
They don't really
I could
matter.
see the logo, the I,
Oh.
the U.
I mean, I'm in
Wow.
Iowa. I can say this
Wow.
with confidence.
Okay.
Dang it, I missed it. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
all right, we're gonna let you redeem yourself. What is University of Iowa or Iowa State, whichever you want to pick? Tell us either of those.
Me or Brian? Because I know.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
you
know.
know, Brian.
I don't know. Iowa? I don't know. Oh, wait, no,
Hawkeyes?
the Huskies. The Huskers.
Hawkeyes, that's Nebraska Cornhuskers
It
you're thinking of.
started-
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, you're
And-
like you did
yeah.
name the rival, so that's
I-
If it's not
Yeah.
obvious, I don't watch a lot of sports.
no,
Iowa State Cyclones,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Cyclones. Yep. And I have degrees from both of those. So
Look at
One in-
you. Whew.
one in
In art.
botany
I mean,
and one
fine art.
I have a
Yeah,
PhD
which I
in
love.
botany degree. Totally totally relevant.
Oh, so wait, did you want to be like a flower painter? Is that what your goal was?
So
And now you're hosting podcasts.
I picked yeah, I know. I really took this the
She's made
long
it.
way around. Yeah, I in high school I thought, well, I want to do I want to be a veterinarian, but I don't want to cut up animals. So plants are not really like animals. So I'll just do botany because they make you pick, and you feel like you should pick something. And I'm not a quitter, so I finished it, even though I didn't want it. And then I was like, wait a minute. No, my heart is in painting. I am an artist. And then I went to Iowa, the University of Iowa, and I got that degree because also I'm not a quitter.
Yeah.
and then I'm like such not a quitter. Then I got my Master of Fine Arts from Cal Arts in art.
Okay.
And it's literally
And
art.
So good.
To bring this all together,
None of those.
now you use WebGL as your canvas.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. And you know, Cisco needs a lot of WebGL and Canvas.
It's true.
You craft beautiful forms.
There you go.
Yes.
You paint beautiful forms on the screen.
It's actually it's the botany degree that helps the most because it's like the mad. scientist, and that's actually how I was a more of a scientist painter than anything. Like I liked seeing what things did. And
nice.
so I think that that's actually how software engineering works in my brain, because it's like, oh, I need to see how this works and can I do it a different way, and what if I do it like this? And so it's that, like, my brain is willing to do something that you're not supposed to do, which helps a lot.
Yeah. So at risk of once again steering the conversation, but here we go. One thing that I want to talk about that I think is something that is definitely related to this and is interesting when people talk about like feeling technical enough, right? So one of the things that I've started to do in describing the like difficulty or the complexity of my work is talking about how it's complex, not in the sense of like, look at me, this is the complex thing I do.
Right.
But so many people think that if they want to talk about something complex, they need to understand the minutia of everything. And that, like, don't get me wrong, that is complex. Like, I remember sitting in a talk that Misko gave to the team about how the way that you set a variable interacts with the VM that interacts in the browser that gets, like, he could go from setting a variable to how the CPU was interpreting what you said. And that is something I don't understand. It was fascinating.
Right.
I felt like I understood it, and then I walked away and it's all gone.
Yeah, it's like deeply nerdy, and you're like, I'm glad I
Exactly.
heard that, and I don't recall any of it.
Exactly. It was really cool.
Yeah.
So I, on the other hand, my complexity is not in depth, it's in breadth, right? So the complexity that like I deal with in my space is more of like, I have a really, really general understanding of everything,
Mhm.
and I understand how the systems interact.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of like, I want to make this change here, and without actually seeing the change, I can say, well, these are the 7 systems you're going to affect. You know, it's going to do these little things to it. I can't tell you exactly the nuanced things, but I can tell you what you're going to affect. And I think that it's something that is not necessarily talked about or seen as or perceived as valuable as much until you need it, right? Like, if you need the person who can do that, it's extremely valuable. But
Right.
you know, if you talk about a person who's, you know, going to school and what do you want to learn about? Like, nobody is like, I want to learn how to be a generalist.
Right.
But it's something that, like, generalists are what hold projects together, right?
Yeah.
You need somebody who has the passing understanding of everything.
Yeah,
be able
even just
to-
like having somebody on your team that can understand what the actual ask is. Like, I've been on so many teams where it's like product is saying one thing and the devs are thinking another thing, and nobody is like coalescing all of that into actionable items, right? Like, it's just, you know, and so having somebody on your team that can even just understand, like, this is the actual problem. Like, no, the problem is this, like, this is the problem. And then, you know, and then you have your people that are like deeply, I say deeply nerdy. I use the term nerdy with affection. So if anyone is out there like, I'm not nerdy, just know that
you are.
Yeah, you are. And I love you for it. And, and
anybody who says they're not nerdy is nerdy.
It's definitely like, nerdy, and it's okay, man. Like, we all are. And so, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, there's always that one person on the team where you're like, okay, this is the person that like writes amazing. Like, I've got one guy on my team that's like, dude gets TypeScript. Like, he can write those like amazing generic functions, and like, he gets the language, and to a level that a lot of the rest of us just don't, right? Like, and so when we have big TypeScript problems, we bring it to him, you know? And so it's like, that's part of, I mean, even good leadership is knowing which parts of your team are good at what aspect of it, right? You know, like, this is the generalist that understands this part. This is the like very nerdy TypeScript guy, go get him, you know, like, all of that is important.
And I think even, I mean, obviously management understanding that of the people around them is extremely important, but understanding that for yourself as well, right? I have no misgivings about the level of technical understanding I have about a lot of things. I can sit in a room and follow along, and I can get it, and I can ask questions that are off the wall because I'm not thinking about it the same way.
Right.
But like, it doesn't bother me that I don't have the same technical like complexity, but I think my recognition of that is where the powerful part of that. Because if I was just worried that I should, that would be a lot harder to deal with. Yeah. But the reality is, it is better to understand what you do and don't know than to try to understand everything.
Right. Or to try to pretend that you understand everything, because people totally know you don't understand it. So
for sure.
And it's okay. So I tell people that in job interviews, you know, it's like, if you don't understand it, just tell me you don't understand it. Like, don't try to fake it.
Don't fake it.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna totally know.
Ryan's comment in response to you being like, yeah, for sure. Sounds like he really understood what we were saying.
For sure.
Totes.
For sure. I was on mute. I didn't want to, you guys, it was a beautiful moment. I didn't want to interrupt. That's what makes a good podcast co-host is
Knowing when to shut your mouth.
knowing when to shut your mouth. And that's very important for this particular person. So, speaking
I'm
of
not a
knowing
good
when to
podcast
shut your mouth, I'm gonna bring up a comment that I made at NGConf because I think it was really fun. Can we go there?
Let's
Can we
do
do
it.
this? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So for those of you that couldn't attend NGConf, at the very end of NGConf every year, they put a whole bunch of chairs on stage. And for some reason, I almost feel bad for y'all because it's like, okay, now all the Angular team has to like go sit on stage and like pass a mic around, which is like, it's a great idea. It's like a Q&A, but it also feels like, I don't know. Anyway, so moving on. So they're doing a Q&A. And I always like to keep things spicy. If you listen to this podcast, you know that I'm the one that like brings like some spice. I like to throw the spice. And so I got up and I asked a question, and I love the responses that I got for what it's worth. But if you weren't there, no worries. We'll replay it out here for you today. So I get up to the mic and I just simply said something. Now people are asking like very legitimate questions to the Angular team. And I asked what I think is a really great question to the Angular team. And I said, when are we getting functional components? And so if you don't know what a functional component is, go over to like React land, and like they had classes and like, component did mount, component will mount, all these like lifecycle hooks and like these very heavy files. And then they came out with functional components, 2018, something like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Came out with like functional components, which makes writing in React land like really easy because everything's just a function, which is like super simple. And so you just have functions. And so we have standalone components now, which added another line of code in the metadata above my component, above my class, in order to get rid of code somehow. I don't know. But anyways, I'm wondering when Joey Parrott, when can we expect the team to start looking at developer ergonomics and think through how we could support something like functional components in Angular? And this, we're gonna give it a moment of silence because everybody's clapping in their car, going,
Right.
"Yes, Brian!
They
yes,
stopped
thank
running.
you.
They took off their
Finally,
headphones.
We're
They're waving
asking
their
the question
arms.
we all
Yeah.
want to know. And
There's
go
a
ahead,
lot
Joe.
of
Give us the
fist bumping.
response. Give us the.
You want my response from NGConf?
I don't want the official Angular
Was
response.
it no? What was it?
So I'll expand on what happened. So because I very intentionally did not give my response as the first answer because I wanted a real answer given to it. And so we got some real genuine answers that, if I'm honest, I forgot about now.
I think they said something like, "Oh, we might be looking at that." And
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
I
look,
pushed back. I was like, "What do you mean you might be looking?" I was like,
Yeah.
are you actually looking? Like that was a lot of vague response. It was like super
I think
PR-y.
Alex pointed out that classes are functions in JavaScript.
But if you compile down to
if you
like
compile down to ES5.
ES5, then it all goes to
Yes.
functions, but not
Yes.
if you're
So-
actually like targeting modern browsers. But yes, that was the
Absolutely.
second comment, which was
Absolutely.
great.
Yes, and so we are trying to figure out how to like improve developer ergonomics, but like, here's my answer before I get to what I said at NGConf.
all right.
We are working on it, right? But Angular is a massive ship, right? We can't just turn on a dime, and we find
React does it. They do it all day. Come on, dog.
Yes, and one of the things that's extremely important to us is bringing everybody along with us and being able to migrate people from where we are to where we're going.
I do appreciate it. I know I'm joking aside. That's very important.
Yeah, and so figuring out where we want to end up and how to get there is
right.
not a trivial process, nor a process that I am heavily involved or responsible for. So please don't at me people on Twitter. I also don't really get on Twitter, so I guess at me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what I said in response was whether or not your component is functional depends on how well you write it.
Correct, which was really good. It was spiced. I loved it. I was like, that was good.
Accepted. Answer accepted. Wins.
Yeah, I mean, like,
the judges.
Tell me where in that response I'm wrong.
Accurate. You're using the English language correctly in that sense.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah. No. I was just thinking, maybe you guys could just rewrite the framework again. Maybe instead of dropping like the JS and Angular, maybe we just call it Angle, and we rewrite it all to
Angular.
be functional
Like
components.
do it like
just
a
this
old
is
database
Angular.
notation where
We'll
just
drop-
we'll just
we'll
drop all the vowels.
vowels like a startup, and we'll have the logo be a pyramid because, well, all good startups have pyramids as logos now.
and
And
their
so-
angles.
And they're angles,
Mhm.
and everybody could be upset at you. Wait. And even better, you get on stage at NGCOM next year and put some tombs on your slides. RIP.
This is a good opportunity for me to actually talk about what I wanted to announce here, which was we just finished
Are you
Ivy,
gonna be
right,
serious?
our fourth renderer. And
Oh,
I
the
wanted to tell you
fourth
guys
renderer?
about renderer 5.
Oh,
Renderer
perfect.
5.
Oh, wait, there's
How
more
long is this
stuff?
one going to take? Yeah,
No, it's almost done. I did it last weekend. So
because you pulled in Preact as a dependency and just got
No,
it done in the weekend.
because okay, Brian, you got to let
He's
me.
being
You got
too
to get.
spicy. Stop
I'm
being
trying to get
spicy
my
for just a
announcement out
I'm
second.
here.
so excited.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Like a
So
puppy.
renderer 5 is a pretty big change conceptually for the framework, right? A lot of people really like the reactive paradigm.
Right.
100% agree. It's a wonderful. We should be using it. But you know what's better than reactive programming? Proactive programming.
Nice.
Perfect.
Our new renderer renders what you need before you write it.
Nice.
Excellent.
This
it's
is what my
incredible.
product team wants.
Is
from
it
us.
AI?
Absolutely.
Is it AI?
I have an MVP done. It works for the Hello World app, and that's it. Because
It
it
knows
just
you
says
want a
put
Hello World.
Hello World.
I
Perfect.
think you want a hello
Wait,
world.
wait,
app.
wait, wait.
Does the
But
clippy
I'm
thing come up?
skeptical. How many kilobytes is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is another thing that I really want to do. I wish that I could start my own framework so that I could do this. I
You
want to
can.
show like hello world. I don't have time. I want to put like hello world and like here's how many kilobytes it is for all the things. And then I also want to include what it would take to just print hello world. How many bytes is it to just send that over the wire as a text/HTML file?
I don't know.
That's all you need to do.
Like,
Browser will render it.
yeah,
Right.
24 bytes. I don't
And
know
it
what it
says
would be.
what
Yeah.
you needed to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like hello
Hello
world, as a concept of like measuring the
The
minimum thing
smallest
is
framework
kinda crazy.
ever.
like
I mean,
Yeah.
you could get even smaller and just be like, "Hi world."
Yeah,
well, okay, but that's
that's
I
reach.
know.
that's
and
too
that's really-
that's too
I'm sorry, too
familiar
much.
with the
I'm
world.
sorry,
I want to
too
be
much.
proper. Yeah.
Fair. That makes
Plus,
sense.
the benchmarks on this would be amazing. Like the time to render, like
Mhm.
your core web vitals would be just through the roof, man.
You
All
could go on
100s
Twitter
on your
and just
Lighthouse
be like,
store.
look at these, like, look
The
at like how
fastest,
fast
smallest
I am.
framework
Like,
ever.
yeah.
Yeah. I think
Perfect.
we
It'd
might
be even
have to
better
cut
though,
this.
Joe, if you had like 10,000 lines of like tooling around this.
Yeah.
to
No,
build
we need
this.
to we might need to cut this clearly great business idea that we have from the podcast. So now that no one else is listening, I would like to name it No Act because it's not doing anything.
Nice.
Perfect.
So would you
Your
guys
no
like to join my
active app.
startup?
I like this.
I would like to fund it, please.
Here's the deal. Most of the bugs I deal with all day are dealing with problems that customers are having with interacting with our application.
Mhm.
So if they simply cannot interact with it.
Yeah. I
zero
find that
bugs.
most bugs can be eliminated by not having code.
Nice.
And
or the internet in
What-
general.
But in all seriousness, you're actually really right about that.
like
Be
it genuinely
fair,
is
like
is
a
true.
PR
Like,
with more red than green is a good PR. Like
yes,
if-
yeah, no,
yeah.
you want to like the reason like you want minimum that does the job, right? You want to solidly do the job and not have a bunch of extra fluff for fluff's sake.
So if I heard you correctly, this new framework is coming out soon and functional components are on their way. We can expect that to drop any minute. I'll get the blog queued up and ready. Functional components dropping in
trying to
version
think.
15.
I'm trying to think whether or not you could just okay, here's an idea. I'm gonna build you a nice little tool that
Just
just
wraps.
that takes your
Yeah, I don't
whole
want that.
application and just wraps it in a function.
I
That's
like
a
this.
functional application.
Yeah. the
Well, I mean,
whole
technically
app
it is
functional.
already. It's already there's a bootstrap application function, right? Or whatever it is in main.
No,
Yes.
but we want to have it all inside of a closure, right? That's the key.
Okay,
You want the
okay.
closure so that you have your context that you're
Yeah, of
managing. So I'm
course.
gonna closure around your whole application so that you have a functional application.
I will say though, in all seriousness, and I know I have a lot of fun with this, and I appreciate your ability to run with it. I think something like a functional component in Angular would be really interesting.
I agree. I think it would be great. There's, I mean, we can obviously talk about like what it changes about how the contexts work and the paradigms that we have, but
right.
There's definitely a lot of value in the idea of them, and like, I mean, I don't think that I am speaking out of turn to say like we would love to be able to just snap our finger and do that.
I understand.
It's just, It's just that like an easy one to point to is like template context, right? Like the context of your template is the instance of a class. In a function, what do? What becomes your context, right? How do you determine how the bindings work?
The execution context of the function.
How do you grab the execution context of a closure?
Well, JSX.
I know.
I feel you.
Yeah, these are the type of things though that we have to be able to figure out, because we have to both, like, let's say we were just to add it, we'd have to support both and make sure they both work.
I know.
Continue to support it. Or if we migrate to it, how do we go from where we are to that? And so even if we do have an idea of where we want to end up, I mean, we definitely learned this with Ivy. It is way more way more effort to move everything along than it is to like define the 2 points. Well, like we don't want to just like cut it and go on, but like even if we know where we want to end up, figuring out how to get from where we are to where we end up is the difficult part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as a community, I think we've seen that with standalone components, right? I mean, over the last, I don't know, whatever it's been, year, with all of that, and that same work that went into kind of determining what that story looks like and how to support it and how to ensure backwards compatibility and all of these things. So I think for me anyways, that it'll be interesting to see how that plays out at in a larger context over time with the ecosystem. But
hey, guess what question Brian's going to ask y'all at NGConf 2023?
Now I'm wondering what's it going to be?
Just like, when are we going to get our functional components?
Oh, no. I'll keep it even spicier. I'll be like, hey, when are we getting like JSX, or when are we getting like a meta framework?
He's got a whole list.
I got a whole list. I'm not going to just, come on. I mean, geez. When are we going to get file-based routing? When are we going to get V? I mean, all of these things, I could ask them all, so, basically, when are we going to be cool again is what I'm asking. When are we going to get all the stuff the cool kids get?
I will give you the same answer that I give every time anybody on our team asks when something is going to be ready from me. And my answer is always Q4.
Oh, okay.
Q4. Yeah.
Is that like that's like the 2 weeks version from the contractors when, like, when's my kitchen going to be?
Oh, yeah, 2 weeks.
When's it going to be done? Q4.
Yeah. I don't know what year, but Q4.
Yeah, Q4. Yeah,
if you want to assume it's this year, that's on you. All I said was Q4.
Fair. Nice.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, specificity is important.
It's true. It's true.
I appreciate you having some fun with it. I think it's interesting. It's fun to think about. All that to be said, I know I was just joking, but like I think a lot of the things that y'all are doing on the team, and especially the last year, has just been incredible. Just seeing everything that's coming out and all the hard work. So certainly appreciate everything that you guys do. It's been as much as I poke fun at it, it's with love. So
I feel like it's been really great to see kind of the promise of what we are able to do thanks to Ivy come to fruition, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And like
it took a while, but now we're seeing the fruits of that.
Yeah, and like watching the roadmap over the last 2 years, just watching things go from in progress to done. Like if you go to Angular IO, just check this out. If you're interested in like, hey, what's going on in the Angular community, or how busy has the Angular team been in the last couple of years, go to the Angular IO and search for roadmap, and then just scroll down through the completed section. And it's pretty impressive. It's like, holy cow, like a lot of things that have come out of that, like strict typing and Angular forms, you got the dev tools, standalone components,
any of the things engine, in there that you like were all me, and any of the things you didn't really like
Mhm.
those were the rest of the team. So
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Very cool. Well, Joey, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. Was there anything else that we were going to talk about? I think we covered everything.
So if
Talked about
people
functional
want to
components.
like completely uselessly at you on Twitter, like what is your Twitter handle?
I make it very easy. It's at Joey Parrott.
Nice.
I think. Hold on, let me check on Twitter.
And that's
Some poor guy.
JoeyPerrott.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And I say that I'm never on Twitter, but like I do. It's logged into my phone, so
Okay.
I do see things. I just, we talked at the beginning of this about like feeling comfortable participating in the community.
Mhm.
Twitter is just something that I don't feel like what I think is necessarily what people like care to read.
You'd be
Conversations.
surprised.
Well, but I guess I prefer much more like these types of conversations,
Yeah.
right? Where we get the back and forth.
Yeah, it's easy on Twitter to say something and have somebody misunderstand you, or like the ones that come in and have to correct you for every little thing, and you're like, fine, this isn't fun anymore.
You've seen, you all have talked to me for the last hour. You understand that, like, I choose to say things that are like, if I am able to put inflection on them, you can understand what I mean. But if I just wrote it as a sentence, you're like, is he mean that?
Is that really coming out?
Yeah. But
Joey, I just want you to know that I just clicked the follow button and I just boosted your followers. So you're
yes,
5 now.
I have 331 of them.
Nice.
No. It's 332 now.
Yeah.
It just updated on my screen. 332.
Nice.
200 of those are probably from like high school and college, and all of those people like aren't using Twitter now and have no like nothing to do.
Ooh. I also followed. Now you've got
333?
so many. I think so.
Boom.
I followed some other
333.
guy.
Dude, we're going to get you so many followers as a result of this podcast.
This is really the only reason we had you on the podcast, was to get those numbers up for you.
And I
just feel bad for you. I mean, you got to get a header image here. That's probably why you don't have very many followers. Like it's just like blank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, I feel like it shows
it's
that
intriguing. It's like, what is this thing about? I don't know.
You can't have a blank one anymore.
Oh, you can't?
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So like it's only blank because I've never set it up.
Nice.
That's brilliant.
So
right?
yeah, like
I suppose you could go get like a gray image and like make that your image. But like I genuinely don't have one. So like mine adjusts with like dark and light mode correctly because I don't have an image. So
that's awesome.
I wear it as a badge of honor. It's kind of like the eggs, right? Like, they don't give those out anymore.
The eggs?
Yeah, I was so lost. You so lost
the
me.
Twitter eggs. So it used to be that when you created a Twitter account before, if you didn't have a profile picture, it looked like a little egg.
Oh
my gosh, I'm trying to even remember.
I'm just gonna sharing my screen on Zoom would be too hard.
Right.
The egg.
I do.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
So that used to be what you got if you didn't have an image. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And they no longer give those out. So if you have that as your profile picture and you didn't set it,
you're fancy.
That's pretty balling.
Right?
You legitimately do not care about
Twitter. Or you're a bot from 2008.
Yeah, but if you're a bot that's been able to survive that long,
true.
You're gonna make it.
You're not gonna survive much longer. Elon's gonna come in. Off goes all the bots. I'm kidding. That was spicy. I don't want to get political. I apologize.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
the podcast is going to go on for a whole other hour.
It's going to be an engineer at Twitter that does it on his behalf, not him.
That's very true. Shall we wrap this up?
Probably.
Yeah. We have to.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
I have to go back to work. So.
Yeah. Anything else, Joey, that you want to share with the community before we wrap up?
I guess mostly just the community is why we do this. Particularly, like I can speak. I think that is true for everybody, but I can confidently say for myself, like I feel so fortunate that I'm able to get paid to do this, and it's a very unique position, and like doing things like this, going to conferences, like getting to see the work that we do genuinely is impacting people's lives like this is
Yeah.
incredible, and not something that everybody has the opportunity to do with their work. And so I want to say that, at least for me, that is not lost, that everybody out there that does anything involving Angular, like you are the reason I get to do my job, and I love my job. So yeah.
Very cool.
If you want to message me on Twitter about why it's hard to contribute to Angular, let me know. I promise to read it. Who knows about responding, because I don't know, if both your wife and your mom message me about it, like that might be overwhelming.
It's a little overwhelming because they'll be
yeah,
like, "What
like
is Angular? What are you doing?"
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
about right.
And if you message me with the question, "What is Angular?" My response could be spicy. Let's just put it that way.
Interesting. Now,
Ooh,
okay, so
now
I have, like, a
now
homework
I-
list now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now I want to like at Joey Parrott, what is Angular, and see what all the responses we get are. That would be fun. Very cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me on. This has been great.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the show, and to the listener, we will see you next time.
Hey, this is Preston Lamb, one of the NG Champions writers. In our daily battle to crush out code, we run into problems, and sometimes those problems aren't easily solved. NGConf broadcasts articles and tutorials from NG Champions, like myself, that help make other developers' lives just a little bit easier. To access these articles, visit medium.com/NGConf.
And that's another episode of the Angular Plus Show. Thanks to our hosts, Laura Newsom, Nicole Oliver, and Brian Love. Special thanks to our producers, Brian Smitha and Loyal Carlon, for harnessing our squirrel energy. And thanks to our founders, Joe Eames, Aaron Frost, the entire NGConf team, and to all our sponsors and subscribers for making this episode of the Angular Plus Show possible. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions for a future episode, contact us at theangularplusshow.com/contact. Or you can slide into our DMs on Twitter at Angular Show. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you on the next episode of the Angular Plus Show.
Listen in, it's time to talk about transitions into management positions or internationalization in exotic destinations. We could parlay over testing and progressive applications or talk relationships, but mainly please don't leave for other stations. There are many fun and pretty useful things to know. You might even learn some on the Angular Plus Show.
Introducing Rollbar for Angular. When errors in the browser happen, you don't have to wait for customers to call in. With Rollbar, see what browser errors are happening in production in real time. Be the first to know when something is broken. Know how many users are being impacted by each error and which errors you need to fix first. Debugging Angular apps has never been easier. Try it for free at try.rollbar.com/Angular.
So did you guys hear there's a rumor about some big changes coming to the Angular CLI?
Yeah, and it's not scoped for 15, right? I think it's going to be in 16.
I think according to the tags in GitHub, and it's hard to find the PR because they don't have it like labeled exactly, like if you search for CLI or something, it's not going to come up. But I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a huge change.
Yeah, like I was seeing all like the different things that were being involved in it. Like I'm not sure if I heard like about like turbo repo maybe.
I saw Vercel was involved with it. I don't know. I mean, this could be like massive.
So, and this new command, it's like we've had the opposite of it for a long time. So
We have.
We've really needed this strongly.
I think a lot of I could think of so many large enterprises that have just been waiting for this for years. I mean, they've gone through the whole process of like upgrading from AngularJS to Angular. And so now they're going to drop a new command. It's going to be NG downgrade.
Yeah,
I know. And like when it asks you yes or no, it doesn't even give you the no option. It's just yes for everything. Like it's really genius.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do you want
yes,
root scope?
definitely.
Yeah, definitely yes. Like everything just migrates straight over.
Yeah, like actually I was looking at the schematics they built for this, and it's literally like just, putting root scope at the head of every file. And then it's really genius the way it scrapes like everything, like even your observables, and just puts them on root scope. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who did it, but like what a great collaboration between everybody.
Definitely. When is this like roadmap to be released? Like, was it like March?
I think it's March or April.
Okay.
Like very early April, like possibly even like the first of the month. I'm not like, and they never want to like give an explicit date, right? But
Right.
like,
Yeah, they don't want to. They never want to commit to dates. It's weird, but yeah, I'm thinking it'll probably drop on the first.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for the NG downgrade to have it drop on April 1st. Yeah.
I'm really excited by it. I mean,
I myself
it's gonna.
Yeah, because it's hard to always like. I feel like as like when you're doing consulting, you're always like, oh, we have to upgrade, and people are like, well, but we don't really want to. And this is
like, is newer always better? Like, do we really?
I know.
Like, did we decide that was that great? I don't know.
I mean, View Engine comes back again, which was beautiful. I mean, it'll be awesome.
No confusion at all. It's going to be amazing. And
no
probably
observables. We're going back to promises. Good.
Well, yeah, people like those.
Which
I heard
makes
that
a
at least
lot of
50%
sense.
of users were saying that they thought there were too many observables in Angular. So this was really throwing a ball that way, right? Like,
and I mean, like RxJS will still be there, right? It's just like your only method is to promise. So
that's right. Yeah. They monkey patched it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they just get rid of everything else. And then in your stack trace, it'll just be like zone. RxJS, it just like everything's just patched up, and then you'll just see to promise at the end. And it's really going to be good.
It sounds like it streamlines a lot of stuff, and we'll probably have to do an episode about that. So, but today we are doing an episode, right? And so we should probably, now that we're all really excited about NG downgrade, we should probably welcome you to the Angular Plus show. So Angular Plus show is where app developers of all kinds share their insights and experiences. Today, I am your host, Laura Newsom. With me today are Jennifer Wadala and Brian Love. Brian will probably hop off a little bit early today. He is, actually, it's dinner time for Brian. He's in Munich, traveling with his family. And I believe you'll also be at NG Rome later.
That's right. Yeah, in a couple of weeks. Yeah, we'll be heading down to Rome, but we wanted to pop into Munich and hang out for a little while. Drink some
acclimate
good beer.
The family, like feast on some currywurst and like doner kebab.
Dude, it's so good.
Get all meated up so that you can jump into Carb Town and
that's exactly right. Yeah. Meat and beer, and then we'll have wine and carbs. So super healthy.
All of the important food groups. This is awesome. And that conference, I believe, was like the first week of December, if I remember.
That's right. Yep.
Excellent.
So so I don't know when this airs, if it'll be before or after the conference.
It should be before, unless something crazy happens. Sometimes that goes that way. But I also happen to know there is another conference that's an online conference. That's a new conference that will be also on December 2nd. And we are lucky today to have our guest, Adi Gom.
Nice.
I always want to throw an N, like if you've seen his last name is spelled Ngom, and so the English reader in me always wants to pronounce that N, but it's just Gom, like
Gom. Yes.
Yeah, he's saying it so much better. I'm always gonna say it a little bit bad, but I'm just trying so hard to not go heavy on.
You did good, and thank you for the effort. A+ for the effort. No worries.
All right. So Adi, your new adventure is the TinyConf.
Yes.
And so do you want to tell us a little bit about that, and then we can get into why we're here today?
Yeah, I mean, we came out of the pandemic and everybody was very excited to go back to actual conferences and everything. But at the same time, too, we came out and then Angular was going on a 6-month cycle, basically, where something gets released. And we have now a very, I believe, vibrant community that is sharing a lot. If you look at the Twitter thread from like guys like Enaya Jalali, I'm butchering his name, Jaholari, Showtran, who's very active on Twitter. There's so many little things that people are like sharing nowadays. And I'm like, we cannot have this much space between conferences. But at the same time, undertaking a conference is a huge, undertaking. So I was like, how about just do like an online conference 2 or 3 times a year, which will allow people to quickly come share something cool and then people can go find out a little more about it, So we were at NGConf last month, so a couple months ago. By the time it airs out, V15 is already out. So some of the stuff might be still relevant. Some of the stuff might be need to be updated. And that's that need that Angular TinyConf want to come in between, have that little conference every other 4 months, and so to keep up to date and be to a platform where new speakers can come up, with a 5-minute, 15 minutes, or even if they want to go for the whole 30 minutes, So yeah, that's how it came about. And we did the first one in French a few months ago. So this next one on December 2nd will be in English.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Is the CFP still open, or is there a speaker lineup already available on the website?
It is still open right now. The website is kind of funny. I'm the team of 7 myself. So I'm building the website in Astro. I finally got the CFP out.
Of course you are.
Yeah. Jordan Powell was the first one to fill out the CFP. And of course he got accepted right away. Lara Newsom is going to be part of it. Josh Moroney actually is the first one who said yes, a while ago when I talked to him about it. And I think he was on your show or on Brooks' show a few days ago. So yeah, so we have Jordan coming, we have Lara coming, we have Joshua Moroney, Eli is going to be there. There's a guy Dimitri who's a very good YouTuber who's going to be on. There's going to be some cool speakers there. I think we're kind of having a cool lineup. And you guys, I realized that you're going to be at NG Rome. I kind of saw it a little later, but I'm okay, let's just still do it. But yeah, we're having quite a lineup coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the online format is great too, because
absolutely.
It's pretty easy to be hey, I'm gonna hop online on this conference today instead of being I'm gonna take a whole week to travel.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't think we can really replace that in-person experience, but I do think there's a lot of space to kind of fill in the gaps with online events as well. And then it's easier to do your training during the day, or if you're not in the same time zone, it's available online. And so that's really awesome that you're doing that.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I did not know how far along Jennifer was going to be. And I knew that she doesn't have a problem being at the hospital and still doing it. So I was I'm just going to hold off right now until she tells me.
I am not going to piss off the universe by committing to anything, because the second I'm oh yeah, this is going to be a good idea, this baby's going to be hey mom, I'm coming.
Guess what?
Yeah. So she might be a surprise guest in there. So we'll just let the universe decides of that.
Yeah.
What do you do when the universe throws you a baby and you're still trying to give a conference talk that?
Yeah, because let's be real. I found out I was pregnant literally on April Fool's Day. So really? I feel and this child with her parents is going to be a giant fucking troll. So the second I try and push a deadline for a conference, she's going to have a field day with that. So.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Babies will they absolutely are oh, what are your plans again?
Exactly.
Oh, that's cute.
They don't care at all.
Very good. So Adi, tell us a little bit about yourself for people in the community who might not know you, or maybe didn't get the opportunity to meet you at NGConf.
Well, the digest version is I got hooked to Angular from the first time I saw the NG-4. To me, that I don't know, there was just something about it. And then the convention, we came at that time, it was the jQuery, the Backbone and Ember, oh God, and all that kind of stuff. But there was just something where I just felt okay, I felt home with Angular. So, and of course, I hated Angular when they just all of a sudden went to 2. So happy that NG downgrade might be coming. I don't know. And the only reason for that was that now I have to really relearn this whole paradigm, from scratch and everything like that. But I'm glad I stuck into with it. And yeah, I'm your typical Angular fanboy. So no matter what it takes to get better at it, I'm going to try. And this is a very welcoming community. For the bio part, I'm originally from Senegal, West Africa, and go Senegal. We are in the World Cup this year. Nice. And we're not coming to just play around. We're not playing around. We're coming for it, man. So so I'm from Senegal, West Africa, and I've been in the US since 2000 and just been playing with code since 2001. So happy to be here.
Awesome. We're really glad to have you today. And I'm really actually excited about the topic we have today because we're going to talk about performance in your Angular application. And so I know that you gave a talk about this at NGConf in Salt Lake City. And I left that talk thinking, oh my gosh, I wish that was like a full workshop because I am here for this content. Like, this is great. Yeah. Like, tell me how to do all these things because I feel like it's definitely something that in my day-to-day, it's not something I do, but it's something I should be doing because it is so important. So yeah, that's what we have today. So what got you interested in performance testing to begin with? I mean, for the last, I would say 2018. Yeah. So that's when I started this project at a client. And then I'm a consultant. I just joined a team, but for the prior to that, I was a consulting in different aspect. And I always remember this day where the app's always going to come to a stop, almost a full stop. We had apps sometimes that would take 30 seconds to respond, sometimes even more, or start going and then crashing. So performance was never something that people thought about out of the box or did not have what I call a culture of performance. They will just code until it just stops and everybody goes, oh crap, now what do we do? So I started becoming very, very interested in the different aspects. Before Angular, I was involved in other stuff about fast rendering when I worked at American Eagle Outfitters at the time. And I was like, okay, how do we start doing this inside of Angular? And I had no idea about the journey that it was gonna end up being. And then I fixed one a little by luck, and then I just became the performance guy. Everybody was calling me, hey, we have this performance. I'm like, okay, let's find out. He did it. He made this suck a little bit less.
I'm like, wow, he did it. And then it became the thing. And now it became the pressure of delivering, But it's an area that is nowadays pretty well covered and very, if you're passionate about those little things, going after every millisecond here and there, you are in for a very enjoyable journey. So yeah, that's the backdrop of it.
Awesome.
So I have a question. What is the most common performance kind of tweak, improvement type of thing that you've been doing in all of these kind of engagements? Is it adding trackby to NG4, or is it, build time performance, or what's kind of your go-to, okay, let's check this first, because this is a pretty easy win. This is something that we can implement pretty quickly in your code base.
Yeah, so along the years, what I have been able to be exposed to is two approaches. So either you have the outside in approach, because performance is just not Angular. That's the ecosystem of things that is around Angular, your server, your network, your environment, everything. And when we have that approach, we're going from the outside and going inside of Angular. And for mature project, that's the opposite. We're going inside out. We start with Angular, and then we go from and then we look at the code, and then we improve the things we need to do. But if we're looking from the Angular perspective, most of the time it's just not a good management of change detection in general. We have a lot of repaint and a lot of logic in templates. So however much, you will go a long way when you change sometimes some things in the template to a pipe. And if it is a pure pipe there, you have something that is cacheable. So those kind of go a long way. Lazy loading is always like gonna be like one of the other things out there, you know. The track by, of course, in your NG4. So those are the usual suspect. When you go, that's the very first things that you're gonna be looking at. From the outside in, I mean, it goes a long way. So it depends if the site or the application is media heavy. It goes a long way when you see that a site that is very dependent on an outside API, if you just prefetch that API or like preload some of this stuff. Where people like me, for example, I never touched the index HTML like of the Angular before. And I thought that was something that you were not supposed to touch. And you are supposed to touch.
Right.
Yeah,
so when you like prefetch, you mean like the pre-connect? Like header
you can pre-connect and stuff like that. So the prefetching will be your link, and then like Minko has very good like directives on when to do the prefetching and stuff, because you don't want to prefetch everything. But for like for the index file that would be pre-connecting to your API like URL.
That's right.
You're gonna go there at some point, so might as well that So I call that the gang of peas in my talk at NGConf. Yeah, but yeah, that depends. Are you going from the inside of Angular and then moving out, or are you going the other way around?
Yeah, it's funny, like putting those are they link tags? I don't remember what they are specifically.
The real attributes to.
That's right. Yeah, but those are like an easy win oftentimes, right? Like it'll just pre-connect, do all the TLS handshake and authentication for you, so that way when you do go out to that API, like you don't incur that penalty in the beginning. So
exactly,
that's a super easy like copy paste type of thing, right?
It is, it is pretty straightforward, and
Okay. Sorry, I want to kind of like jump back because you guys jumped in and immediately listed some like really great things that an experienced Angular developer is immediately gonna say, okay, yes, code smell for performance reasons. So let's dive in a little bit deeper to some of these things that you guys mentioned and kind of explain why is this a performance. And so you mentioned the track by. So let's talk about the problems we can run into with an NG4 loop and why does using track by solve that?
Yeah, so I would recommend, there's an excellent talk. I mean, he did actually the entire talk around that. Minko did that. Like, if I find the link, I will. But the digest version is this. Basically, think about like you are having data that is going to be turned into a view, into DOM elements. And then let's say you have from 0 to X. So everybody here who comes from like web development knows like painting in the DOM is costly. And then once you have that initial like, paint, you have your initial delta, you have your initial like, DOM state that has changed, like you have now all these new DOM elements in there. Now, if you are going to have change against that data, let's just take like one of the more extreme example, like a data table, which we can be talking about thousands of rows. And let's say you're going to have a change that is going to affect maybe 1% of that 1,000. If you don't have a track by to help Angular say, okay, based on this filtering, like, predicate that you give me, these are the things I'm going to worry about, and that's the only things that I'm going to go change, it will just repaint the entire things. So you need a change on like, 100 things. Now you have it to repaint thousands of things, which like we can just imagine that it's not efficient. So like the tracking by functionality allows you to be a little more specific into saying to Angular, if this type of change happens, target this type of like condition and go for those who are fulfilling this condition, and then like make the change on them. The rest, just leave it alone, So I hope it was good in plain English that way.
Yeah. So like if you don't use the track by, essentially your DOM elements get put on the page in order, like they're in a specific order. And when it runs change detection and it's comparing those DOM nodes to see if there's changes, it doesn't know that ID number 1 was for, it just knows that the first node, your first DOM node changed. Or if you're using track by, it's like this DOM node is now down here, but this is that same DOM node.
That's the same DOM node. So yeah. So that's even a better, So yeah, that's the thing. So there is like kind of like a tagging of each of those nodes instead of just like, yeah, having that generic, like, ordering. That tagging tracks it like all the time. So basically, yeah, you can come back and say, hey, I'm Jennifer now. I'm like in a red shirt, but you're still Jennifer Wadella. So
Right.
change. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? So the thing is, it allows to tag them in a way where you understand if something has affected that particular node or not.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Because Angular is using it's using incremental DOM, so it's only replacing the DOM nodes that need replaced, as
Exactly.
opposed to repainting the whole thing. So
Exactly.
Yeah. And then I think one of the other kind of like intro things that you mentioned were using pure pipes. So what is the problem? Like, what is the performance problem that we see, and how does using a pipe versus however else you might implement it solve that issue?
Yeah, we had a kind of very interesting discussion about that, and like the cost even of having a pure pipe, because there's even a cost attached to having a pure pipe, because there's computation attached to having a pure pipe. But to be very transparent and like with the vocabulary, what do we mean by pure? So anytime like nowadays in JavaScript, the term pure was like if I send to a computation the same set of parameters, I'm going to get the same set of output. I'm going to get the same output. So pure pipe, pure function, higher order function, all of those things like embrace like, that concept. So in Angular, when we have the occasion of like making something that way, we are like gonna tap into the cacheability, of those pure functions. So basically the thing is, if I calculated something already and you give me the same amount of data, the same set of parameters, I don't need to recalculate it. It's already cached. It's there. It's ready to go. Where an impure ones, like the async pipe or anything that like, that every single time there's a change, even if it might look the same, it mandates like, a new computation. So using a pure pipe on just like a simple, sometimes it takes like even it's faster sometimes to just let it go than just like saying, okay, I'm going to go through the, I mean, it depends. If you have a bit computation, look at pure pipes. It's possible. If I was doing Fibonacci's, if I was doing stuff like that, I will kind of look at the combination of memorizing it and having a pure pipe. If I already seen it, I have it cached. I don't have a problem with it. But yeah, that's basically what it is. When do you have some type of computation that can be cached if they see it the same way and then can just give you the same result? That's basically the idea.
Yeah, and I feel like for these kind of issues that we're talking about, like you might not detect a performance issue until you hit 200 items on a page. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you're like, I didn't change a line of code. What happened? And for somebody less experienced with Angular, that can be rough to kind of troubleshoot your way out of, because you're like, oh, I'll comment out this component and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like, okay, but I don't see anything smelly in this component for that to be happening.
And that's the thing, the chain reaction that happens behind is when that template reacts, basically Angular says something has happened. And then the whole chain detection, like, dominoes effect starts, So you only want to get that chain reaction to start in a more explicit way, when you intended to start, not in like just, oh, why did it just fire? I have no idea why it fired. And those, like the absence sometimes of a pure pipe might be the answer.
And then you touched on something else, which is change detection in itself, which we can change ourselves, how it works. So can you tell us a little bit about like how we can use a change detection strategy to solve performance issues?
Yeah, so like we have two strategies in Angular right now. We have the default one, and then we have on push. So I believe that on push, you are explicitly having a contract. I talk to Angular, So me talking to Angular is like, okay, I'm giving you on push. You're only going to worry about, marking this component dirty and like triggering a change detection if I have inputs that have changed. I fire maybe an event emitter with the output, or any of my subscribable is like, has some new data from a stream. I think those are the three ones. So there's an explicit way of doing that. If you look at async pipe does that implicitly for you. It will go, anytime you add the async pipe, it will go to the component. It will mark it like dirty. It will like have the, what is the ref for it again?
The change
detection ref, yeah. And then it will go ahead and then like, and that's how, like, when we say magically, I mean, the async pipe does all that tooling for you. Now, when you say on push and you don't have an async pipe and you have like a typical subscribe, now you have to do it manually, where you're going to have to put like that change detection ref and then like manually mark that component, to go through that through that cycle. Because we know, I mean, most of the time, after a while digging into this, like NG on change is one of the most expensive life cycle that we have. So we use it cautiously. But yeah, that's where it is. So do you want to have that change detection become explicit, in a way, or do you want it implicit? Do you want it to run all the time, or do you want it to run against a certain, like, certain condition? And what does it do? It doesn't create a repaint or like a re-rendering or something like that. That like gets back to our change detection dominoes that I was just referring to.
And there's some definite like pitfalls to, if you don't understand on push change detection, you can definitely set yourself up for some very confusing bugs where you're like, it's like I click the button and nothing happens, or like I'm getting a return value from this observable, but nothing changes until I click this button, and then everything is right. And so it's important to remember, if you set change that whatever component you set to on push change detection, it detaches that component and all of its children from the change detection tree. And so you have to be—
And very important, you say children. Yes, it affects like, the component tree. So yes.
It's essentially pruning that branch off. So
we had a bug that was almost more than 72 hours where we had a subscribe block. And then we saw, like, when we put on the Chrome Dev Tools that the change were happening, but the view was not updating, because we were not explicit in saying like mark it for change and like you run it that change detection ref. So the thing is, if you're gonna take on, like, it's just like manual driving and like and auto, I mean, like how you call it, the other one,
the automatic versus manual transmission.
Automatic versus transmission. If you take on the manual, like, controls, beware of like what are you now going from declarative imperative, like, versus imperative there. You have to be very explicit about what you're doing. So just don't do on push blindly. Let the default be. There's a reason why there's a default in there,
right?
But when you're going to on push, just don't say, okay, I'm just going to gain some like performance thing, but know what you are giving away too. So there's a trade-off.
I was going to ask what your preference is, because I feel like a lot of teams reach for, making on push as a code standard, but I feel like that sets a lot of people up for failure when they lack that deeper understanding. So it's like, okay, do we want to completely like cut off any possible performance issues, or do we want to stick our team with a bug they have no idea how to solve simply because they don't understand Angular's underlying change detection?
That's the thing. I mean, and you said a very good term there. The team like matters, the weaving of the team. So if I'm in a little contract where I have 5 Angular people who live and breathe Angular, I'll probably go to my Angular JSON, go to the schematic, and have all my components by default to be on push, And I understand that, like, those people, if they want to be more explicit or go back to the default, they already understand what but if I have a larger team, it's be a little more cautious there. Maybe you can even trigger it via a proxy directive that will do that for you. And that one will have more of a, explanation why it's done that way. And people can elect to add that directive, and that directive can then take care of that part for them. But coming blindly and just putting on push on every single component, and then have the frustration of not seeing, like, because at the end of the day, we live and die by the view. If the view doesn't update when it's supposed to, all hell breaks loose.
Yep, exactly. I come from a very large team, and I've definitely had a few people, what is happening here? And it's like, okay, well, this smells like a change detection bug. So let's first go up the parent, like climb up the tree and see, like, is anybody on push? Oh, yep, here you go. Here's your problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. And it's a training issue. You just have to train your team to recognize what can trigger, like what can cause problems. So scribe blocks inside a child component, that's going to be a problem unless you're marking those for check.
Yeah.
And then recognizing, like, okay, this is a change detection bug.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
So one thing you were talking about the living and dying by the view. And so there's sort of this idea of, we're talking about performance. So we're talking about actual performance, but there's also this idea of perceived performance.
Yes.
Can you get in a little bit into that topic?
Yeah, sometimes I think even because if you look at it at the user, I think every application at the end of the day has to be first and foremost user-centric. You are going to it with like, what can I do to make the user experience as pleasant as possible? And sometimes you even have some apps that are too fast, like you just go to a new route and it's right there. You're like, okay, how did I get here? I mean, like,
I was not emotionally prepared for this transition.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, that's the thing. There's a jerking effect, even if you like, it's too dry, it's just like you go to the restaurant and you say, where's the menu, dinner, and then they just put the dinner right in front of you. There's not a presentation. There's not like, there's nothing there, So that's where I think perceived performance will be something like what is visually available first, and then what is interactive next. So when we talk about like, time to interactive and everything like that, don't put a button there if people cannot click on it. That's just cruel, So don't put a button there, but you can still put a button.
Banking websites, he's talking to you.
You can still put a button, but put it in a state where people know that they cannot even touch it. And my preference is like, if they cannot touch it, just don't put it in there, Put something else, build it up, And then when you're going from route to route, and then Angular has this huge animation library, stuff like that, you can go from like, you can have a very nice transition from one thing to the other. So the concept of perceived performance is like, when I'm going, I don't know if you guys are watching the playlist. It's kind of crazy that the show about Spotify on Netflix, and they were talking about stuff like that. I don't know what's true and what's not, but they had like some good reference in there. But the user, yes, we want that instant response. And there's metrics around that, like what is instant and what is not. But at the same time, too, we want smoothness about those things, We cannot just have like, straight edge all the time. That's why we have rounded corners now. It's pleasing, So perceived performance is like starting to give to the user bits of the application or bits of the website that makes like maybe their waiting time, less less noticeable, but not in a way where you put that stupid like loading for every time that everybody hates, So
Right.
there's more creative ways nowadays that you can do that. I like app skeletons for example, but if they are there for too long, they become just an annoying loading state too. But there's ways to go about it, PWAs and stuff like that. But perceived performance is how fast can you get something on the screen in a pleasing manner for the user to just stick around, basically. And when you're going from one side or one new interaction to the other, is there a nice transition to show that you went from this state to the other? Yeah.
Yeah, like sending an email, right? Like if I send a message, like I actually want to like have like something that's like, yeah, instead of just being like clicking, oh, it's sent, it's gone. Like I want to know that it happened.
Yeah, a little snack bar comes up,
Yeah, a
nice snack bar like appears. Yeah, you did it. Cool.
Yeah, or like the message
disappears.
like goes into the mailbox, and you're like, it did, yay, I did it.
Exactly. Yeah, we're designing and developing for human being at the end of the day. So, and like I think whatever is close, like when something is too fast, we don't even see it happen. You know, so can you slow it down sometimes, or can you speed it up? So those are the things where you really talk with your UX team. And Angular, I mean, a lot of people don't go into Angular animation because it looks scary, you know. But once you get used to it, you're just setting it up. I usually write the CSS aside first for all my animation, and then I translate it into Angular animation. I don't ever start with it because I never can find my way around it. But this way kind of has been good.
Okay. Yeah. So you already do more than I do because it's like, hey, what? No, I can center a div.
Yeah, there's fantastic documentation about that, but I should not bash the documentation. I should go improve it. So, you know, guilty as charged.
So I want to touch on something else you mentioned, because you know, in consulting, we get a ton of performance requests. Hey, our Angular app is really slow. We're losing clients. I think we need a progressive web app. And my initial response is, hold the phone. Let's kind of look at what's going on. But, you know, there are good use cases for progressive web apps. And so when in the performance journey, would you consider starting to implement some of the mechanisms that we get through, you know, progressive web app? I'm lacking a good word. Not concepts, but like, I'm bad at words. Damn you, pregnancy brain. No, you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Well, yeah, but I get where you're going with it. So the thing is, like with everything else, don't go blinding and say like PWA is going to be my magic bullet. Look at the type of app that you have. So, I mean, I've been working a lot of apps where the user is expected to be using this app on a recurring basis. I mean, those are the apps you are building for the hospitals. Those are the apps you are building for any of the blue collar industry. Those are the apps you are building for the banking. So these people, this app is going to become an extension of their work. I mean, a tool that they're going to be using. So I think those qualify by default as a good candidate for PWAs. Because if they're going to be coming back all the time to the app, you're going to take advantage of caching. You're going to take advantage of, like, you know, offline. You're going to take advantage of stuff like that. Now, in the B2C apps, we saw that, for example, for the newspaper type of app, if you have a New York Times type of things where people subscribe and are always there coming to those type of app, if there's this recurring thing, you know, where I know that my typical user is going to be a repeat user, I will say, yes, let's go the PWA route because we're going to take advantage. Because at the end of the day, you're still going to have to deal with the first load. No matter what you have, you're going to have to deal with the first time load, you know? So, but for everything, I mean, PWA or not, focus on the first load first. Right. What is it that they're going to get into? And that first 1 to 10 seconds when they're looking at your app, are they going to stick around? That is the most important part. Well, go ahead.
And I say you also will get dinged in search engine optimization if your app is very slow to load.
Yes.
So what are some of those metrics that search engines are looking at to decide which websites may get priority?
Yeah. That's a very important point, because now it's just not we're doing it for the fun of doing it, but Google, which is the biggest search engine, to my knowledge, has come up with the Web Core Vitals, and an application or a site that is like having a good average, or like is pretty fast on those Web Core Vitals, basically, is going to rank higher. And then the higher you rank on Google to some site is like millions dollars make or less $1 million make. And I know it. I work in commercial like before. So those web metrics, I think the three most important ones are LCP, largest contentful paint, FID, first interactive, and the last one I always have to cheat. I have it open here.
And I feel like these change, like these are not set in stone. Like this is constantly like evolving what is affecting the search algorithms too.
Yes. So
And that's-
the cumulative layout shift, which is CLS.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
that didn't used to be as highly prioritized, right? Like that's
Exactly.
only recently.
Yeah. But man, is it
Exactly.
annoying when you open a website and ads keep popping up and you're trying to click on something and then you accidentally click an ad because oops, there it is.
So a buddy of mine, Todd, has a company called Request Metrics, and one of the things they do is try and help with that. But at conferences, he built this app that is all about that metric, and so you're trying to click an accept button while like pop-ups and stuff like move it around. It's so fun. No,
and then we're gonna talk about that too, because then like those marketing scripts, where do you put them? They're gonna affect performance.
Mhm.
And then when you are putting when you're putting a script on the page, you know, it will just either execute unless you have put like a defer or an async attribute. But the defer and async attribute don't have any effect if you have an inline script. So what do you do in those cases? For example, you know, there is Party Town that a lot of people like kind of are getting acquainted with, that is like taking that front and like trying to take those type of scripts, marketing scripts and everything. Because you can have the nicest thing and then your marketing team comes with like all these things that they want to have going on. We want to see when they breeze to the left or when they like blow to the right. We want to like, you know, they have all these things. And then the developer just look at them like that stare, that death stare of like, what are you talking about? But that's how they bring the money. But the thing is, instead of like looking at it as a challenge, look at it as an opportunity, because I think like what Party Town is doing there and taking those type of scripts and then running them into a web worker, so putting it into a different thread. And yesterday I ran into another library like that called Vue.js. Vue.js allows you to actually do DOM writing and manipulation via a web worker, like having access to the document. But there's a caveat there, you know, there's a caveat, of course, but I mean, we can go into that at the towards the end. I don't want to throw off some part of the audience.
I'm feeling like we need a whole other episode here.
I'm telling you, man, there's so much. I mean, this is a journey.
Yes.
There's so much, but like, let's go back to the web core vitals. So basically you have the LCP, FID and CLS. Are you down with OPP? No, there's no OPP there. So
that's next month. That's coming in April.
So the largest contentful paint usually is going to be either a video, either an image or text, you know. And they say basically anytime it is less, anything like a large contentful paint, if it takes less than 2.5 seconds to render, it's good. Between 2.5 to 4 seconds, it needs improvement, and anything beyond 4 seconds is bad. The average mobile, like, you know, web page rendering is about 7 seconds. So there's a lot of work to be done there, you know?
Yeah.
The FID, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, and as far as the images are concerned, we did, and as of version 14.2, we got some improvements to we got the Angular image directive.
Oh yes. So that was actually that directive when I was at NGConf that forced me to change my whole code to get ready for it. And I did not even show the code part of my presentation.
Right.
that Ninja release right before NGConf, like just threw so many speakers. For, like,
you know what would fix
like,
that is a nice NG downgrade.
I'm telling you, man.
It's true. Run NG downgrade, and then my talk slides don't have to change.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. So, and but yeah, so in the workshop style, it will be cool because the part that I had for the code side was taking a side that was like having very poor performance and going through those little stuff and incrementally like changing little stuff outside first. And then inside, you know, and see how it improved, like, you know, the overall performance. So, yeah, so, I mean, those web core vitals are very important. Since Google are making them important, it is important. But if you look at the user experience level, first input delay, which is your interactivity, they say it should be basically between 100 millisecond to 300 millisecond. That's a tough one. You know?
And I do want to caveat all of these, like there are numbers, but technically all you really want is to be better than your competitor.
Yeah, there's that too. And I mean, and that's the thing. To me, these are like, at the end of the day, they are like guides. Of course, when you have an independent third party like deciding which side to show first, yeah, that's like, you know, there's a race to be like at the top. But at the end of the day, don't sacrifice the user experience. If I have an Instagram or whatever, I can decide like, or like a good example is a movie page. That's why we're using movie pages for those, you know. The first image, you know, I can let it just show, but I can like lazy load everything else. And that's what, for example, that NG optimized image directive is doing. But for people who did not upgrade and who are still in downgrade, there's still ways to make it happen. And like, you know, a workshop like that will show both, like, are you in 14.2 and 15 onwards, and then you can just take advantage of this? Or what do you do if you are a prior version and you still want to optimize your images?
Yeah, because it feels like this is not like this isn't an all or nothing. It's not like you have to, it's Tuesday, we have to make everything optimized on our website today. Like this is something where you can do it. It's a work in progress. It can be an ongoing, almost like a tech debt issue almost in
there
your
you go.
application.
That's why I explicitly called it a performance budget. You have to have a performance budget, which is like, what is important to you and your organization and your users? So on the table that I had at NGConf, I would say for this virtual of fictitious, I mean, this fictional company, FCP was important, you know, first contentful paint. And the goal was 3 seconds. Regardless of what Google was saying, I'm saying as an organization, maybe we are already at 10 seconds, and trying to go to 1 second doesn't make sense.
Right.
But can we get to 3 seconds?
Right.
So that's our goal, you know. And then on the next column, I had the current. The goal is 3 seconds, and now the current is at 2 seconds. And on the next column, I put a check mark saying like we have reached our goal. And then when you have this performance budget, so we have the JavaScript size. So people are talking about bundle size, but I call it budget. You know, you have to have this budget. So B is for budget. So JavaScript size, image size, CSS size, your FID, your TTI, and your FCP. So this is my performance budget. And then when I put in the monitoring tools, anytime we have a build, we have now to run it against our performance budget and see if we have, like, you know, we staying within our budget, or like, you know, we are overspending. But each application should have its own budget.
Yeah. And this also is like, so I know like for a lot of teams, it's hard to work tech debt into sprints, right? You get companies are like, no, just keep making features. But the nice thing about this is that there are actual numbers you can gather.
Yes.
And make a presentation and be like, hey, check this out. Our website used to take 20 seconds to load. Now it takes 5. And that kind of stuff, whether or not they like you to do tech debt, they're going to love that. So,
I have a cool trick for that. So if you want to convince anybody about performance, use Lighthouse on a dev build first.
Okay. Right.
On a dev build, you know, do 2 tweaks or 3 tweaks, and then use Lighthouse again on an actual production build. And they were like, whoa, wow, it went from this to this. So that is for fooling the non-tech part or people who don't know about that part. But it got me at least to get the approval to start a performance effort, because people cannot really appreciate what they cannot see or comprehend.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. You have to make it. Yeah. You have to make it digestible for people.
So when you put it on, and I did that at NGConf, like I said to the audience, I'm not going to fool you. This is like the dev build, and you see that we have like 14 seconds to, like, you know, LCP. The moment that I went on the build, we went like, you know, everything kind of started turning green and everything like that. But the problem is if you have actual websites that are on production build and that are on the red, those are kind of like, you know. But now the tools that we have, I mean, if you go into the developer tools, I think like the Google developer team has so many cool features that people are not even aware of.
Right.
I mean, their performance tab in the last 6 to 7 months has improved so much. You can do recording. You can like do step-by-steps. You can see exactly where it flared up. And it's nowhere to be seen. I mean, if I'm not subscribed to that, I don't see it happening.
Right.
But there's so much in there. So hopefully, yeah, come on, guys. I mean, I'm looking at you, Adi Osmani. I'm looking at you, everybody in the Google Dev team. Man, make these things like more people more aware of this thing. There's a lot of good gems in there. Honestly.
Yeah, I feel like I use DevTools kind of like
console.log. That's it.
Yeah, like I use DevTools like I use like Photoshop, you know. I'm like, oh, okay, I can like draw on this. I can use that like magic eraser thing.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
I know there's filters I've never touched. And,
oh
like,
my lord.
Yeah.
I mean they really spoiled us on the performance side of things. I don't know about the other stuff, but there's some cool stuff there.
Yeah.
So speaking of tools, I'm curious, have you used any like SaaS tools that track and compare performance for sites like Clarity or Request Metrics or anything like that?
I mean, I propose some, you know. A lot of people will go for LogRocket because it tells you it more like of a bug thing, not really. It can to a certain extent do that for you, but it's not performance centric. So you know, I mean, even like the Lighthouse, like, you know, NPM package can be baked into your, instead of like always opening the Lighthouse, it can come in and like be part of your build step, you know, and give you those metrics. I think Google is kind of improving it. There was one other tool that they had built in, and that's like when they say like you're testing in the real and not the lab. So they have two environment. The lab is anything you're doing in your dev tool, and the real is in the real. But there was a delay in that report. I think there was like a 3 weeks delay. What you see today is not really like the state of your application. So yeah, I'm still like looking at, I don't have a go-to tool yet. At this point, I think like I'm at this stage where Lighthouse and to a certain extent, you know, the Angular dev tools are the ones that I'm using. But at the SaaS level, no, I haven't been married to one yet.
Well, I'm just curious. I think they're cool. I haven't ever gotten a client to like go in on them like enough to like really test or play with it. But I love the concept of being able to monitor that and like throw up things.
You have to. At the end of the day, when you are going to be serious about this, there's nothing, you cannot get away from not monitoring this, you know? So for me, most of the time, it's a proposal that I put at the end of the day. And I tell them, okay, this is where we can improve stuff. This is what things like, I think like, and then once in a while, you get to those where they say, okay, do it. And I think out of the 5 I've been involved, there's only one where I actually had like the green light, go and do it, you know? And at the time, like it was 2 years ago, you know, we just did it manually, basically. We just went and added those stuff and saw like an improvement. And then I think like for the landing page, we did a static landing page with Scully actually. So yeah. So, and then from there,
And I feel like if you can get something like Lighthouse, even getting something like Lighthouse into your CI/CD pipeline so that you can sort of set like a baseline so that you don't backslide, like even that is valuable. We do the same thing like with test coverage where it's like, okay, we made it to 80%, like we don't get to backslide on these numbers.
Exactly.
So even if you can prevent that, you're still technically improving your code quality because you're preventing people from making it worse.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think like Google provide it's a good way to start, I would say. The Lighthouse like scoring calculator can like help you. Actually, if you go in there, you have like those nice sliders in there, you know, can get to that first performance budget that you want to target, you know, and see like how to go about it. I think I had a couple tools that I talked about during NGConf. I just cannot recall which one they are, but I'll probably share it in the comments or like at another time.
Yeah, we'll have some links in the show notes for this. I think we've covered pretty much like every aspect of Angular at this point, because it turns out that like the whole framework is, like you said, bottom line, it's for the user, and it's just at so many levels you can affect that user performance. So
exactly.
Excellent. Well, we're coming up on about the time when we would normally wrap up this. Adi, I think I could talk to you all day about performance and just other aspects of Angular and why it's good. But do you have anything we didn't cover about performance that you wanted to mention?
I would say, like, if you could get a soapbox and like yell at people about performance, what would you say?
I think performance is a culture. At the end of the day, for the developers, it is important because you don't want to wait until like the car crashes to address it. Sooner or later, if you don't, we all want to be involved in an application or in applications that do evolve and grow. And there are things that nowadays, when you start a new project, it's very easy to put like some guardrails around like your highway, if we keep like the car metaphor, to make sure that like, even if there's a crash, it's not going to be like a fatal one. So the thing is, performance is a culture. So if you're going to be a champion of performance, it is going to be now your job to convince other people to buy in. And the way to make other people buy in is to show them what is the added value of having a performant application? Because we are lazy. If it works, it works. We only we have this reactiveness to problem. And then in performance like situation, to succeed, it's really good to be proactive. Now, if it already crashed and everybody now is coming and crying to you about it,
and we've all been on one of those apps.
Put on some realistic goals. You're not going to go from 10 seconds to 1 second without understanding where are your bottlenecks. And for the love of God, don't open like flame charts and showing to people who have no idea what you are talking about. Right. Know your audience. There's an audience that are going to be able to digest like the flame charts, but most of the audience, it has to be something very easy to digest. The site takes 5 seconds to load. We have like, 5,000 DOM elements. At some point, that's too many DOM elements. How can we like, how can we be a little more, a little smarter about like our rendering, and stuff like that. Like those infinite scrolls, like people tell me, how can somebody have 5,000? Have you been on an infinite scroll website before? Right. Yes. So those are
surprised.
Yeah, you'll be so surprised, like how like it can turn so bad. And then the reality too is you have to have a good testing strategy. However, you can stress test your application against the real thing, You cannot just come and say, oh, okay, everybody is like, huzzah, everything is good. And you have maybe like those like fake tests. I'm not gonna swear on the show. You have those fake ass, like, make me feel good, like situation tests. And you have this shiny Cypress doing everything. No, stress test your application. Because if you don't stress test your application, your user will. And you might have like another shot at it, but that user might walk away and you're not getting him or her back.
Right. This is like hitting so hard. I had an application that when we turned it on in production, we had like 5 users testing it and we crashed it in less than 10 seconds.
I feel like that needs to go in the performance anti-Hall of Fame.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It was totally like the data we were testing was such an adorably small amount of data compared to the reality of the situation.
Yes. So be honest with yourself, because your users are going to be honest with you. Right. If you suck, they walk away. If you shine, they stay with you.
Right, exactly. And the data is always going to be twice as big as you think it is.
Of course. And latency, what other networks, like understand your users. If you have users that are like let's say even in continental US. Yesterday, I was somewhere where I had 2.5 Mbps, which I was so shocked. And some of my friends in Africa was like, what are you complaining about?
Right.
That's a good speed. But I'm so used to like 1000 Mbps with like, fiber and stuff like that. That's not real use. I mean, if you have a newspaper app that somebody is going to go in the train in DC or in New York, going under the tunnels and stuff like that, you cannot be in the coziness of your basement with your super nice fiber thing and say, yeah, the app is flying off the screen. No.
Right.
You have to have something more realistic. Performance is a culture. And then you have all the department that needs to buy in. That even mean the design department. Sometimes they do things that are so fancy and you're not ready for it, And you have to convince them of the cost of that. And if they're okay with the cost, okay, let's go with it. So yeah, it's a culture. That's what I can say, in a very summarized way. It's a culture, and you have to be a champion, and you have to sell it. At the end of the day, you're gonna have to sell it.
Yeah, so if you're in a company and you're trying to convince business that this is important, I could see where you could even just start gathering bugs, right? Where you're like, these are all the bugs that we've gotten in that are related to poor performance on the application, right? So even something as simple as that, you can start to surface real metrics to people to say, all right, see this bug, see this complaint, get to know your customer service people, right? So that they can be like, yeah, you know what? People really hate the way this page loads. It takes forever, or they hate this part of the experience. So
and show them how it affects the bottom line. At the end of the day, it's a numbers issue, It's a numbers issue. Why would I pay awesome Jennifer Wadella, $1 million to fix my site? Because she can make you $50 million if you do it.
Exactly.
So the thing is those metrics are there. People, those type of websites where gaining just 30% improvement, in performance, how it affected their bottom line, Macy's, a Target having 1% more conversion rate is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not a small number.
Right.
So yeah. Exactly. So you have nowadays what we have going for us. It was hard a few years ago, but we have enough numbers, enough metric to at least have the argument and then have the proposal being very easy to accept for the decision makers to make that effort.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think Google actually has a tool, a form that you fill out where you look at your revenue and then you look at some of the metrics on your site and they will literally spit out a number for you. Yeah. Granted, I don't know if the average developer is aware how much in revenue the website does every day, but it's worth asking to make the argument. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So we've got you. So MiniConf, that's coming up December 2nd.
TinyConf,
MiniConf. Yeah. I don't know what is wrong with me. Okay, here's what's wrong with me. I was Googling to see if I had a link I could throw in the show notes. And then it says MiniConf right under it, several down. And I read what's on the teleprompter. So
yeah, I'm the one who should just get this website out. I'm building it.
Okay, so
the website should be out.
Adi is going to be tweeting out some links here pretty soon is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
And Adi, how can people follow you on social? How can people keep up with what you're up to?
I'm mostly active on Twitter and LinkedIn.
Okay.
Sorry to everything else, but those are the two. And then on YouTube too. So once in a while I have a video there. But all of those three would be my first and last name combined. ADY@GOM.
Okay, excellent.
So, yeah. And I mostly talk about Angular or care about Angular. So yeah.
I can confirm this is accurate. So I enjoy following you, and I think our listeners would as well. So does anyone have any closing thoughts for the day?
It's cold and flu and COVID season. Factor that into your sprint planning.
Oh my gosh, it so is. And then you got upcoming holidays, and yeah, we're looking at our release cycle. It's oh boy, that feature freeze is coming a lot sooner than we thought.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I saw on Twitter if you have an end of year deadline, the reality is before US Thanksgiving, because nothing is happening after that point.
Everybody's
so you don't have
brain
until
pudding.
December 31st. You have until November 27th or whenever
That's
it falls.
it.
This
I
year.
mean, like, yeah, that's why we even doing December 2nd, because on December 3rd, I'm going dark. I'm done.
Right.
I'm
Exactly.
I'm off like
slipping into that
yes.
eggnog coma.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's another thought. German eggnog so much better than
Oh,
US
It
eggnog.
is?
It's mind blowing. It's
I-
like magic.
I'll have to try. I
Yeah.
did one time. This is, let's just extend this podcast a little bit longer because this is an important topic here. At one point, a friend of my aunt's, she, who actually was in Germany, she was lived in Germany for many years. So maybe this is why, but she makes she made amazing eggnog. And I believe her recipe came from the New York Times though. So, but maybe they stole it
Interesting.
from
I got to hit
I'll compare
sorry.
it to my mother-in-law's if you send it to me and let you know.
Yeah. We'll have to know.
You have to
quality.
convince me. I just got to hate it. I mean,
Yeah, like the stuff that we get. So the local dairy in Iowa is Anderson Erickson, right? And so that is the eggnog I grew up with. When I was
But-
little, I thought
And
it was
you can't even compare that. Like even American homemade eggnog is 10 times better than the carton
it's
shit.
so much
But
better.
then German eggnog is
like
like that many more
superior.
degrees above
Okay.
like homemade American style.
Okay, so
yeah.
like in the
well.
Halloween candy chart of eggnogs, we know where throw the Anderson Erickson eggnog directly in the garbage. Like-
Yeah, get rid of that jujube
my
shit.
perspective is different because my first job in the US was a barista at Starbucks.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, but when Christmas came around, I hated Sinatra and I hated eggnog because that's all I heard.
How do
and
you feel about
I-
Mariah Carey though?
Oh my lord! Like her Christmas. I mean, don't get me started on Mariah. I love that girl, man, but don't. I mean,
No more
they ruined,
Christmas songs.
they just ruined Christmas for me. So
Right.
I mean,
So there is a war on Christmas. It's just that they're killing you with too much Christmas.
I went home. There's literally one day I went home. I'm in the bathroom. I get out, I close my eyes, and I'm hearing the Christmas
Yes.
song in my head. And the house is smelling like eggnog. And I'm like, man, I gotta get out of
I
here.
gotta get a better job.
And then he became a software engineer.
Yeah, I became a software engineer.
That
That's the
is why.
backstory.
Nice. That's awesome.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I feel that like when you wake up every morning and you're like, yeah, you've got that like one song.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Same
excellent.
tape. Yeah.
On a loop. All right. Well, here's to everyone trying to stay out of the loop of because it's happening. People like Christmas music is coming. They've already wiped all the Halloween stuff's wiped out. They've got all the Christmas stuff moved in. And yeah, so everyone stay safe this holiday season.
Yeah. I'm
Don't
telling
get
you.
COVID, don't get sick, and may you
Amen.
avoid the earworm of Mariah Carey screaming in your ear. All right, thank you.
Have a good one. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for
guys are
coming
too
and joining
much.
us today.
You
This has
guys
been
are
a
the best.
delight. Yep.
Thank you so much.
And we'll talk to you next time.
All right. See you soon. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey, this is Preston Lamb, one of the NG Champions writers. In our daily battle to crush out code, we run into problems, and sometimes those problems aren't easily solved. NGConf broadcasts articles and tutorials from NG Champions, like myself, that help make other developers' lives just a little bit easier. To access these articles, visit medium.com/ngconf.
That's another episode of the Angular Plus Show. Our hosts are Laura Newsom, Jennifer Wadella, Nicole Oliver, and Brian Love. Thank you to our producers, Brianne Smithia, our founders, Joe Eames and Aaron Frost, the entire NGConf team, and all of our sponsors and subscribers for making this episode of the Angular Plus Show possible. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions for a future episode, contact us at theangularplusshow.com/contact or reach out to us on Twitter @AngularShow. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on the next episode of the Angular Plus Show.
Listen in, it's time to talk about transitions into management positions or internationalization in exotic destinations. We could parlay over testing and progressive applications or talk relationships, but mainly please don't leave for other stations. There are many fun and pretty useful things to know. You might even learn some on the Angular Plus show.
At Cisco, we believe in connecting the unconnected and putting customers first. Cisco's customer and partner experience organization is building the digital front door to Cisco by connecting all Cisco's offerings through one cloud-based customer portal, CX Cloud. We deliver by collaborating and learning from each other to improve the efficiency and quality of our code to uphold spectacular design and great UX. To learn more, click on the Services tab at cisco.com. We are Cisco, and we are powering an inclusive future for all. Be you. Be with us. I did it. I joined Mastodon. So
wait, what is it?
So Mastodon, it's
where we're fleeing the muskrat.
Yeah. So it's like I think I saw this I did see this really great tweet today about how like Twitter right now is basically like people playing the violin as the Titanic goes down.
Oh my God, I saw that one yesterday.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah, only we're actually making fun of the iceberg and the iceberg is getting mad at us about it. So
so accurate.
It
was a pleasure shitposting with you, good sirs.
So I'm feeling this like anxiety to maybe find a new home just in case. And also there's sort of that thrill of like, it's new. It's like I'm going to a new school and I'm meeting all the new kids and, all that. But yeah, you got to pick.
It's complicated.
It's complicated, but it isn't complicated, but it is complicated.
So
there's servers, but is it like World of Warcraft where I like have to make sure to join the server where all my friends are? Like, I don't understand.
They're federated. So I read this article that likened it to like how email servers work, right? So like if you're on an email server,
I have no idea how email servers work.
Well, very broadly, if you're on an email server, you can send emails to other email servers, right? It's like you're not blocked unless they literally block you. And so the servers on Mastodon sort of work the same way. They're federated together. And
so is it like just like a cell phone network then, where like just because I'm on T-Mobile doesn't mean I can't message like AT&T people?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds right. I'm sure somebody will tell me I'm wrong, but probably on Twitter, and then I'll just leave. So.
So the point of a server then on Mastodon is that's where your account is hosted?
Yes. And
but why?
Well, because each of the servers then own a chunk of the network. And I think the idea is that then no one who happens to be like egotistical. Yeah, you can't have like the narcissistic billionaire come in and buy the whole thing because
they could buy all the servers.
Fanboys
in theory, they could buy all the servers.
Well, probably if it's like Bitcoin, they just need like 51% of the servers. And then they own the rest of the servers because you could tell the other servers that you own them.
Sure, sure.
We need a blockchain.
Twitter,
right? That's what we need. Am I allowed to say that on this podcast?
Don't put that in the universe, sir.
Web 3 Twitter. I'm doing it. You heard it here.
I will post the article I read that very explicitly is like, no blockchain. It's not like that. But yeah.
But then all the messages would be verified.
Sure. But I think the other theory behind the servers is that each server has their own code of conduct. And if you have a server that's full of people that are jackasses, like your server can just block that server and sort of effectively boot them from your network. So it's sort of a self-policing community where it's like, like if your server gets known as being unpleasant to be around, they'll just tell your server they can't come to the party anymore.
But how many people could be on a server though? Like if you just have like one jackass and a lot of nice people and your server gets booted, do you get booted?
I think that like each server can moderate their own content. So in theory, like the server could be like, you're a jackass. They all have their codes of conduct. So like I joined the Fostodon
like Discord
server,
right?
Yeah, like I picked one and I joined it, And mainly based off of the fact that I knew other people that were on it, because I have massive did I pick the right server anxiety now, because I'm like, oh no, what if people are like, your server is dorky and now you're a dork, and I'm like, oh no, I'm a dork.
That was gonna be my question, is like, do we need like the Mean Girls map of like, oh well, the cool server kids are here and like the Band Geek server kids are here?
Doesn't that make it really easy to create echo chambers? Like
probably, yeah. Probably.
Right, with Twitter, you have to block words or individuals, right? But with Mastodon, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go block this." I just know the midterms are happening. I'm in Canada, but the midterms are happening right now. Like, oh, I'm gonna go block all the Democrat servers.
Sure.
On my server, right? Like, doesn't that just like suddenly just block millions of people?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing I think about it though is that the server thing is very confusing to most quote average people. So
yes.
I don't think it's going to be a big space for like.
It's also confusing a lot of tech Twitter. So
yeah, I feel like if tech Twitter is still like that, like
we're talking about this.
Yeah, I don't.
That doesn't bode well for mass adoption.
No, and maybe that's good, because really I only use Twitter for like talking to tech people. Really, like I scream at politicians sometimes, but like mostly I reserve that for Facebook. I keep that garbage where it belongs, on Facebook.
Fair.
So yeah,
I took the garbage out. I got rid of that.
Oh, I really would like to, but like it's literally the only way I know how to contact any of my family members anymore. So because they're all those, that's sad. But anyways, I could fax them, yes, except my fax machine is currently broken.
Plug it in. Come on, Laura. That's it. We should all go to fax for now on.
If we just, like that was delightful. Just remember the degraded copies of like joke faxes people would send around. I'm really dating myself here.
No,
but
I remember that. Yeah. People just punch in a random number and just like fax stuff.
Yeah, but they'd like fax their copy that they got. So like every time it was like analog degradation as it like comes through the system. And so eventually it's just like this like Rorschach check of like, you're like, I think I see a Mastodon. So yeah, that's how the whole thing came about. There we go.
No, I don't remember that.
Laura, do you get a username on Mastodon?
Yeah, you can pick your username. So I actually got Laura Newsom this time, which I'm really stoked about.
That is pretty awesome. But if Mastodon is like Google Wave in like 5 years, it doesn't matter, but you still got the name. And I'm happy for you.
So I'm willing to play the game and see what happens.
Wasn't it? Don't you remember? Like, was it Google? Was it Wave?
Google
Plus. Google
Plus.
No.
Google
I'm talking
something.
way back in the day. There was like Google.
Was that after? Okay. That was like around MySpace time, right?
Oh yeah, this is a long time ago.
Oh, that's also
like new.
Yeah,
it was gonna replace email. All this like awesome stuff, and I remember I got my username, and then like nobody else did it, and then like in 4 years they're like, we're shutting down Google Wave. I was like, damn it, I got my username. I was so happy. I finally got beloved. And I was booted out of Google Wave, back to email.
Oh, because you're like competing not only with people whose first names start with B and last name happens to be Love, but people
it's a tight race.
Yeah, it's a tight race. Yeah, because you're also competing with people that just identify themselves with love. So
it's true.
Which I'm happy to have them as part of the group.
So right, as long as they're legitimately decent humans.
That's true. That's true.
But it's the good news is on Mastodon, if they're not, you can just kick them off.
You just vote them off.
Just like, so sorry, you're
kind of like Twitter meets Survivor.
Right. Vote them off the
island.
Right, exactly. And you can make your own island apparently, because it's all open source. Make your own
island.
So like I have a teammate that spun up his own server because he just happens to have servers lying around.
Heck yeah. Why not? Yeah.
So does that mean that if I sign up and I choose a server, then Brian Love is seeing all my data because he's the server admin?
If I'm the server admin,
I
would
don't
imagine
know.
It's encrypted. I would hope these days, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I know there's like instructions, like setup instructions and protocols, and that's as far as I read. So because I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm not gonna make a Mastodon server in my basement. I'm just not gonna do it. It's not my thing.
Federation or
and then COVID 2.0 strikes and What else are you gonna do?
Exactly.
I think you should, Laura. Well, not only that, because then you could tell all your friends and be like, "Oh, what did you do last week?" And "Oh, I made a Mastodon server."
I made a Mastodon server. It sounds really cool.
It sounds really cool, but also like, huh?
I mean, I did post an article for my family on Facebook to try to explain Mastodon. I'm like, it's a fairly easy read, and I'm like, you guys get what Federation means, right?
What's Federation? Wait, okay.
All right,
wait.
post the link in the show notes so
quick.
we can ask our listeners to evaluate.
Right? Is this a fairly easy read? Just tell me.
All right, real quick before we get started with the show, because we are going to talk about standalone components with Jay, but real quick, the blue check mark, we got to talk about it. Who, right?
Oh my gosh! So I
Laura
was
just
like
giggled.
living for the tweets where people were changing their name to Elon Musk, and they still had their blue check marks, and they're like, "I drink my own pee. You should too." And I
saw that, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And then I like saw the actual username and was like, "Oh, I see."
And then he's like, "You guys are now kicked off forever because I don't like it when you pretend to be me and tell people I drink pee."
I think you can't change your name now if you have your verified, right?
Yeah, you lose your verified thing if you don't. If you change
Laura,
your
don't
username.
diminish it. It's not a thing. It's a blue check mark.
I just posted a link to like this tweet that I saw that I feel like encapsulate this really well. But it's like, Elon, parody me. I'll ban you. Twitter. Elon, Twitter. 10 million people change their names to Elon Musk and start shit posting.
Well, he banned Kathy Griffith.
Kathy Griffith.
Yeah, because she changed her name to Elon.
And then she started posting from her dead mom's account and changed her dead mom's account's name to Elon.
I mean, of all the people in the world, he should have seen this coming because he is a prankster. He's like a jokester, right? I mean,
he's like when he's not being a D-bag millionaire, he's a good troll. Like,
he's a good troll.
Yeah.
And so now he's like, the troll is getting trolled, and now the troll's going, "Wait a second, why are you trolling?"
Trolling's not fun, you guys.
I guess this is what happens when like a troll is also a full-blown narcissist. Like,
they forget that like turnaround's fair play. But you know, for living in the worst timeline, this is probably the funniest thing in the worst timeline.
You don't know if it's the worst because you're not as exposed to the other timelines.
It's true. We could be in the one where there's only
this could be the good place. You don't know.
Oh no. Accurate. I feel like there's got to be one where like everything is always the right temperature, but anyway, that's a whole other.
So
there is. So wait. Question though. Let's go around the room and ask if they open it up for $8 a month to get your check mark or whatever it is. I don't. They were going to do it, and it's part of what Twitter Blue. Blah blah blah. Laura, to you, only A or B. You can't say C. A or B. Yes or no. Would you pay $8 for the blue check mark?
Giant
Will
hell
you?
No. Giant hell no.
No. I said
No.
A or B.
Okay, sorry.
You can't
no.
put an adjective.
But I
No
circled it a
adverb.
lot. I circled it and like I
circled
actually
it a
broke
lot.
my
It's
pencil
like-
lead while I was circling.
Careful though, because otherwise, the voters, when they count your vote, they might not. Oh, she over circled you outside the bubble. They
Circle.
might
Oh,
not take
she's
your
paying.
vote. All right, Jay, yes or no?
B, no.
No. All
No.
right, Jennifer.
no. B.
No.
And I'm gonna and I'm gonna say like, so even before like it was problematic because the big perk, right, is it gives you better moderation tools against like trolls and people who fuck up your life. And like I like my level of like I'm quote unquote like Twitter famous enough that people know who I am, but not famous enough that I can't shit post without causing a riot. Like I'm at this like
True.
perfect level of like I'm not popular enough to be on anybody's radar to need like sophisticated moderation tools. Like I can still post stupid shit and
Fair.
it's not going to cause a kerfluffle unless I'm tweeting about chorizo and paella, in which case all bets are off.
Kerfuffle ensues. Brian.
So, I don't know yet. I'm gonna say I don't know.
Okay.
I know I
Maybe
said I
see
couldn't
what it
answer.
looks like.
I'm gonna say no for now, but I may change my answer later.
Interesting. Now the question would be,
But-
what if they
but
put
I'm
it
You're
all
going to be
behind a
financing
paywall?
the muskrat though. Like if you pay for that, you're
I
putting
know.
money in the muskrat's
I'm already
pocket. So-
financing the muskrat though. I mean,
That's true.
I have a Tesla I have Tesla stock. I mean, sorry.
Oh,
it worked out well for a while.
Oh,
Free love. Come on.
Listen, don't hate me.
You're feeding the troll.
I know. I understand that.
Literally.
A troll's a troll and a roll's a roll.
Without your money, he would be starving.
I don't know if that's true.
Without your money, he would be behind on his child support payments.
Oh,
yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of them.
But like, he got a lot of his money from PayPal, anyways. I mean, he was like the number one payout on the PayPal mafia. I mean,
Right.
if you look at like half of Silicon Valley, like all that comes from PayPal and all that money back in the day in the 90s and Yahoo.
all those
and
Beanie
all
Babies that got
So
sold on
I don't
eBay.
think I don't think my 10 shares of Tesla are pushing the envelope here.
But then he spent all of his
Be
PayPal money
honest.
on SpaceX.
It's true.
I think he's still got some cash left.
Maybe there's
Well,
a little.
not
Maybe
now.
maybe if
He
he checks
had
all
cash,
the pockets in
and
his
he bought
closet,
Twitter.
he'll, he'll
And
find
then
some
he got
laundry
rid of all
money.
of it.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
He has foreign money that helped him buy Twitter. It's
That's
okay.
true.
Oh yeah, I
It's
understand.
true.
So I'm just
On that
saying,
note.
I'm not going to buy the check mark, but I'm thinking that maybe people will turn around on this. I'm curious
Maybe.
because I wonder if in a year or two we're all going, well, everybody else has the check mark.
Wouldn't it be funny if we all had the check mark? It'd be so funny. But I think that's the
In
point,
the
right? Like
year.
I'd heard that he wants to put the whole thing behind a paywall, and I would not pay for Twitter.
I don't
'Cause
know
I'm
if
cheap.
I would.
My grandma would be
I'm
like,
cheap.
rise
It would defeat
from
the
the grave
purpose.
to yell at me for paying for something so stupid.
We'll just all go to
I
Mastodon.
would,
It's
Yeah.
fine. It's free.
Let's all go to Mastodon.
Federated.
First step, pick a server.
but
Does it matter
you
which
gotta
one?
figure out how
I
to
don't
use
know.
it.
Can I transfer later? I don't know.
They say yes, maybe. Anyways, on that note, we do have a podcast we're here to tape. So I feel like we should probably introduce it. And so welcome to the Angular Plus Show. This is a podcast where we talk about, you guessed it, stuff related to Angular. So that means Angular. That also means other Angular adjacent tech. And today I am your host. I'm Laura Newsom. I told them I was going to wing it, and here I am doing it. And now they're all regretting their
You're
choices.
crushing it. You're not winging it. You're crushing it.
Killing it.
I'm a little punch drunk. We've been making fun of the iceberg all morning. So anyway, my name is Laura Newsom. I'm one of your hosts. I have with me today Jennifer Wadella and Brian.
Hi,
Love.
I am eagerly awaiting Laura's new Mastodon. Damn it, what's it called? I told you guys pregnancy brain is ruining me.
Mastodon.
Mastodon.
My toots.
Server.
They call them toots.
No, they don't.
They do. It's sad.
No, that's brilliant.
It
That's
is.
brilliant. I want to toot.
Right.
doesn't
So
want to
just join
toot?
Mastodon. Then you can toot freely in public. As long
I
as you
am
follow the
gonna
code
go-
of conduct.
I am gonna go get my server started.
I'm going to my basement now. I'll be
I'm
back.
going to my basement now. I'll be back.
Pull that old rack out. Get it all
That's right.
plugged in.
So Brian is
gosh.
joining us from Italy today.
Napoli.
Napoli. And so you last week you were eating a lot of currywurst and doner
right.
kebabs, and this
Yep.
week all pasta all the time. And wine.
And wine.
And wine.
And
I was
wine.
wondering.
Yeah.
I was wondering where you were. 'Cause
It's
10:20.
not. Yeah, it's not 9 a.m. I just want to be clear. It's almost 8 here, and so
It's
I've got a
9 a.m.
nice glass
somewhere.
of-
It's 9 a.m.
It
somewhere.
is. That's true.
And
Yeah.
we also have with us today the wonderful Jay Cooper. Jay, would you like to introduce yourself to the folks that maybe don't know who you are?
Hello, I am Jay Bell.
Jay Bell. I
Jay
said
Bell.
Jay Cooper. To
Cooper's
be
my middle
fair,
name. So I
it's
usually
the
go by
middle
Jay
name.
Cooper Bell. So
Yeah, that's how I know him. In my brain, I'm like, it's Jay Cooper Bell.
Well, and this is how deeply entrenched in like Twitter we are that
Exactly.
like our default
It's a
is to like the
problem.
Twitter handle versus
Yeah.
the real, yeah.
I couldn't get Jay Bell, so I went with Jay Cooper Bell, right?
Fair.
So,
It's
So maybe you can get it
this
on
is like
Mastodon.
SAG.
I already got Jay Cooper Bell and Mastodon, but I didn't look for
See?
Jay Bell.
You could have both
Ooh.
because I think you can have
Come
more than one.
on.
But anyway, it's like SAG where like there can only be one, right? So Screen Actors Guild, like if you go, that's why you have people with dumb names like Jennifer Love Hewitt, because she went in to get Jennifer Hewitt and they're like, sorry, you can't have that. Somebody else is already doing that. Yeah.
Oh my
What?
I had no idea.
Yeah, when actors throw random initials in their names or go by their first, middle, and last name, that's
Is that why Samuel Jackson is Samuel L. Jackson?
Mhm.
What?
Yep, because at
Laura,
some point Samuel Jackson was
you-
taken.
You are brilliant.
I feel like
you just went up a notch in my book.
Collective minds. Like people are gonna walk away from this podcast and be like, well, like they talked about standalone components, but did you hear this about the screen capture skills?
It makes sense. It all makes sense now. Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyways.
I am Jay Bell. I'll wrapping back around to the original question.
Thank you for
I'm an
us.
Angular GDE and the CTO of a company building software for charities here in Canada.
Nice.
Or
So
has
like,
built the software for charities, I guess.
like what kind of charities have you done work for? Like, I'm just curious.
Oh man, we have hundreds. The David Suzuki Foundation used us for a little bit. We run some of the big raffles, like charitable raffles here in BC. We did the BC Burn funds, like the wildfire, not wildfire, but firefighters fund. Yeah, United Way used us before, tons of them. Yeah, so we're just like an all-in-one fundraising tool, kind of like taking all of the different things that they used before and just putting them all into one as a modern tool too. Because charity, as you can imagine, the charity industry doesn't typically get up-to-date tools,
right?
Very often.
Right. Yeah, I'd be like charities and state governments usually are lagging a little behind.
So really what we're doing, which we're just taking 20 years of and like hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in research of how to sell people things and applying that to the charity industry with a modern tool for them to fundraise.
Do you have like packages? Do you like packages you put together where you're like, oh, you want to do a fundraiser? Like, here's our fundraiser package, or is it all like?
So it's one big SaaS tool, and you go on there. We have like a website builder. Then you can go and add your revenue drivers. Like, I want to do tickets and collect donations, and here's your charitable tax receipts, and I want to do a raffle and a live stream and a silent auction, but I also want live auction items, and it's just one big builder, like a website builder kind of thing.
Oh, so like a Shopify for charities or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with Very eBay cool. in there, and then kind of like a little bit of Twitch in there, and then all these different tools all in one spot for them that all kind of integrate together.
That's really amazing, because that is the stuff that anyone who volunteers for a charity hates it. When you're a software engineer and you volunteer for a charity and they're like, can you build this in your website? And we need it to do all this stuff. And you're like, I don't want to.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Because then you go down the rabbit hole of, we need a project manager. We need all these extra things.
And then suddenly you're a software company.
Exactly. Exactly. In your spare time for no money.
We do the software company part of it, and they can just do the charity part of it.
Smart. Yeah. It's like, yes, exactly. This is the way we should be doing things. Excellent. Well, cool. It's very awesome to have you here today. So the topic that we thought we would have you on today to talk about are standalone components. You've done a lot of tweeting about that, and we noticed.
Clearly. That's why I'm here, right?
So we invited you.
Good thing you were on Twitter.
Right. Good thing I'm on Twitter. Exactly. If I was on Mastodon, you probably wouldn't have found me.
Or I would have eventually, but I'm not sure how, and it would be very confusing and it'd take a while. So
yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No. Big proponent for standalone components. I feel like they, as everybody's been saying, they simplify the mental model quite a bit, and then they also simplify and make it more clear the dependency injection mental model as well for a lot of the times, right? Like you can tie your DI to your component instance. And one of the libraries I actually built, which is dynamically rendering components, got simplified like an unbelievable amount with standalone components. Right before, it was like this nightmare to lazy load a module and render the factory, and then pull out the component from that module factory that you actually wanted to render, but then it was all in the root injection context and not it was a nightmare.
It is honestly like you're trying to describe Mastodon to me right now. So
yeah, exactly. Right, so you have these servers, right?
First it starts with the servers,
and you have to join a certain factory.
But it has to be the cool factory, right? Like you don't want to lose your factory.
Judge you based on what factory you choose. Okay, I got this. I got it.
Let's pump the brakes real quick, because Jay, I know you got a ton of knowledge you want to drop on us. Let's first talk about what is a standalone component, How does that differ from a non-standalone component? And then tell us a little bit about why you might consider using standalone components. So give us the what and the why real quick.
Sure. So standalone components, they came about originally from this drawback that admittedly it's been like modules in Angular, like ng modules, not JavaScript modules, but ng modules in specific. They came about as, from my understanding, kind of like not necessarily a patch job, but it was like, oh, we need to solve this problem and this is the best solution that we have for them. Like way back when, like back, Angular 2 beta days kind of thing.
It was the first rendering engine. In order to like tell Angular about these things that it needed to compile, you had to somehow like register it. Yeah. And so it was, I don't remember, it was an RC or beta. And it was basically like, okay, well, we need to figure out a way to like tell the compiler about these things. And so they came up with this ng module decorator. Yeah. And so that's where we said, okay, we're going to declare our components in here. Yeah. And then as you alluded to, I can do things like do dependency injection with my providers, or I can export things, make them publicly available to other modules that might import them.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it was kind of a solution to a problem. Yeah. And we've been using them all along.
Yeah, yeah. And like actually even up until, what was it, Angular 10, we had to define entry components and ng modules as well.
No, it was 9 or 10 as soon as Ivy came out.
Yeah. So entry components, if anybody listening remembers, kind of like components that were opened via like material dialogues, or components that existed outside of the like root component structure, I guess.
They weren't in the component tree, so they weren't declared or a child, right?
Yeah,
and so Angular still didn't kind of know about them.
And it was just kind of like a nightmare all around, right? You have this like module which everybody just started shoving things into because you're like, oh, well, this component needs this, and this also needs that, and this also, and then now you have a shared module, and you have this one module that has like 60 imports in it and like 7 providers, and you're using it all over the place, right? So it was kind of this like imperfect solution to, and now I want to give credit where credit's due. It got us to where we're at. Definitely don't blame anybody for coming up with a solution to get us here, right? But standalone components, they don't need to be registered in a module. Actually, they can't be registered in a module. There's an asterisk there, which we can talk about if we really want to, but they can't be registered in a module. They kind of contain their own module internally, right? It might not specifically be an ng module, but you register the providers and the dependencies, and you import like ng if or the common module and stuff like that into the standalone component itself, rather than into the module that declares the standalone component. And it kind of just reduces the decorator boilerplate and the class boilerplate by like half. Obviously and it's all like non-functional code too that you're eliminating, right? It's all just this configuration stuff. So it really just simplifies the mental model. Like, oh, I have this component and it needs these things. Great. This component has access to these things. And now I'm just going to use this component in places, right? Rather than here it is in the module, and this module stuff, and use this stuff. And now I import the module, which gives me access to the component because I declared it, but only if I exported it.
Right.
And it's just like,
there's so many gotchas with the modules, and when you're first learning it, like it's just one weird random error after another. And even now, sometimes I'll forget and be like, what? Oh, right. I'm a dummy. I forgot. And then my other favorite thing that happens with modules is when you clean up code. So you go in and you're like, I'm going to remove all these old components. I don't need them anymore. Yeah. But then almost everybody forgets to clean up the module. So then you have a module that's like importing 7,000 things that have been gone for 2 or 3 years, right? Yeah.
It's kind of a mess. And then you also have, so you have modules, but then you also have this pattern called SCAM, single component Angular modules. They're not the same thing, right? One's a pattern and module, you use modules in scams, right? But scams came about to solve that. I have one shared module that is imported everywhere kind of thing, right? So scams were kind of the precursor to standalone components, where each component has its own module, and that module provides, imports, defines the things only for that one component. And then you use that scam module now where you would use a standalone component, right? So standalone components are kind of just like, they just like combine the scam into a single TypeScript class.
Question.
Right?
What are like people's opinions about scam?
I mean, we used it. That's what we were using
There's a fair amount of people that use it, and I think all of the Angular development inside Google uses Scam. Like I don't know if they called it that, but every component has a module. I think it just makes it for like testability and like reusability across code base. Like
also makes it a lot easier to move to standalone components, right? Because you can just take your component and then
rip out all the standalone module.
Exactly. Yeah. Copy and paste the imports from the module into the standalone component. Copy and paste the providers into the component. Delete the module. Import the component where the module is imported before. Done. Right? Like that is the migration path from a scam to a standalone component.
So if you're
using a blog post, have you written that yet?
There's about 1 million of them.
Okay. But have you written one yet is what we need to know.
Oh, no, I have not.
And have you posted the link to it on Mastodon?
Right.
I've been writing a blog post for about 3 weeks now, thanks to COVID, on the new image directive for Angular. So maybe in another 4 to 9 weeks when I finish that one, I might move on to a standalone component one. But we'll see.
Flu season is coming, so there is a chance for you to remain at home.
Ooh, RSV too. Like there are so many illnesses that you can choose from.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's like a cornucopia of disease.
Man.
I hate this timeline.
With the scam pattern, like if we're making a library, so we're using NX libraries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have the barrel file that exports, basically creates the public API of the library. So if you're not using scam, so if you don't have the modules to drop in there, what do you export then to? How do other parts of the application import your standalone component?
If you're not using scams and you're using standalone components?
Yes.
So instead of exporting the module from your barrel file, you just export the component. So, yeah.
Hold on, back up. I'm confused.
So with standalone components, when you want to use it, you, instead of importing the module that would have been there before, you import the component.
Do you import it, or do you does it go in the imports, or like what array, like in the
imports array?
Okay.
So you can use they're interchangeable. So whether you're using scam pattern or not, you can import modules into standalone components, and you can import standalone components into modules. So it's completely, so you can incrementally migrate your code base, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so it seems a little weird, but when you want to use a standalone component in another module, right, that might declare a non-standalone component, you add that standalone component to the imports array.
Okay.
Yeah, so so what you're telling the Angular compiler is, okay, import the standalone component, and its
module that it contains that we
exactly because and then that standalone component might have its own imports array and its own providers array, right? So now with all the standalone component stuff, like say the ngIf directive, it's actually a standalone component. Well, I guess it's a standalone directive, but if you want to use that in a standalone component, you import ngIf in your standalone components imports array, right?
Did they, I know for a while there when standalone components first came out, and I've used them quite a bit, but I haven't followed every little detail. I know you had to import the common module to get all of those standard like directives and stuff. They were going to split those all out in like a subsequent like minor release, if I understood correctly.
Yeah.
Is that the case? So that way, like you just mentioned, like before, if I wanted to use the ngIf, but I didn't need to use the ng4 component, I still had to like import the entire common module. And I'm not sure about tree shaking. Maybe it was still like going and tree shaking some of the other code out of there. But now I could say, okay, I just need the ngIf directive. I can just import that directly.
Yeah, so they did do that. To aid the migration, the incremental migration of code bases. Now, again, as it currently stands, modules aren't going away. right now. NG modules are not going away. I'm not on the Angular team, so I can't speak to the future of it, but as it currently stands, they're completely interoperable. So what they did was, with standalone components, you can declare them in a module like you used to, but if you declare it, you have to export it. So that's how they created this interoperability where you can still import the common module. And what you're actually getting when you're importing that common module is the declarations of the standalone ngIf and the standalone ngFor, right?
That makes
so there
sense.
isn't a standalone ngIf and a non-standalone that's in the common module.
Sure.
They're the same thing. So what you can, even in your own code base, you can do this, right? So let's say you have a module that declares some reusable component, and you use this module in tons of places, and you don't want to go and refactor every single existing place of this module to import the component instead, blah, blah, blah. But you want to be importing the component directly in new areas. What you can do is make your component standalone, leave it as declared in your, you import it. If you make it standalone, you import it, and then you export it from that module. Now, all of those old places still work.
Okay. So you keep you can keep your scam pattern from before, but now new stuff can start to import the new component.
Exactly. And they're using the same component. So now what you essentially did is you created this module that says, hey, if you use me, you also get access to this standalone component, right?
Okay.
It's essentially useless, right? But it does aid the migration. So you don't need to go and update the 500 imports of your shared component or shared directive or shared module type or whatever it is. Right.
Yeah, that definitely
that's how they got around the compatibility issue that Brian, you were talking about with the ngIf directive, the ngFor directive, all that kind of stuff, right? You're technically always using the standalone version. It's just you might be using it via the common module right now.
Gotcha. So we talked a little bit about the what. Maybe before we get to the why, so real clearly, I just want to break this down for folks. So before we had NG modules, I had components. I created my component. I had all the component metadata, the selector and the style URL, blah, 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 my template. Here's all my code. Now, and then before I would declare it in an NG module. So now there's a new, in the component metadata, in the component the annotation, right? Yeah. The decorator, I'm going to put standalone true. So that tells the component, that tells the compiler, hey, I'm a standalone component. I'm kind of this new thing. But you've talked a bit about this imports array. And let's be real clear, because I think there might be some confusion here, because it's hard to talk about code on a podcast. Totally. In an NG module, we had the imports property where we would import things.
Yes.
Okay, but let's set that on the shelf and say we're not going to talk about that right now. Let's talk about the imports property in the component metadata. Tell us what it is and why I need to know about it in the context of standalone components.
Sure. So like Brian was talking about, when you add the standalone true flag, so you have selector, template or template URLs, styles or style URLs, providers, I think has always been there, right? The providers are right.
And like change detection strategy, I think is another one.
View encapsulation, all the config. Yeah.
But now if you add standalone true, TypeScript will actually give you access to a new property, which is imports. And it's an array of imports. This typing mirrors that of the ng module imports and says, if you want access to something that I don't have, import it here, right? So let's just say I generate a brand new application, just very simple. It has the root component. In that app component HTML, right? If I want access to the ngIf structural directive, I can make my app component standalone. Let's say you generated the application in standalone mode. So your app component's already it's marked as standalone true, right? And now I want to conditionally show something in that app component's HTML, and I need access to the ngIf structural directive, right? In my app component annotation decorator, right? I can go imports : bracket, ngIf and bracket. And that imports that structural directive into just this component. And now just this component has access to star ngif equals whatever, right? Same goes for ng4 or like the date pipe or the number pipe or anything like that, right? So all of the Angular pipes, directives, shared components. I don't know what shared components Angular actually has.
There might be no, but if you're importing components from like material or I mean, you can always, so in this imports array, you can import directives, pipes, modules, and you can also import individual standalone components.
Correct. Yeah. So you can
tell us a little bit about the
standalone
story
components,
about
standalone directives, standalone pipes. Now it has to be standalone though. So if you have a component or a directive or a pipe that is not marked standalone,
you got to import the module.
And not import it there. You have to declare it in a module, then import that module, right?
And then import the module in that same imports array.
Correct.
So, but what if let's talk out. So like if I have a standalone component, app component, and I make a child component called foo component, how do I use foo component in app component? Do I have to, where does that happen?
Yeah, so foo component would be marked as standalone true in your at component decorator, right? So that's just telling the Angular compiler, I'm standalone. I don't need to be declared in a module. You can just use me, right? So let's say the selector is foo, right? In your app component, in your imports array of the app component, you just add foo component. And now that's telling the Angular compiler, my app component has access to the foo selector, and you can just use that in your HTML now. So that imports array type is like, it's like ng module or standalone component or standalone directive or standalone pipe. And there's some other things in there, right? But yeah. So it's really, you're just using the standalone components where you normally would have used the ng module from before.
So what's testing look like? Is there anything different with testing, or you're going to be mocking essentially the same way?
Yeah. So the test bed, the Angular test bed's been updated. If you use libraries like, testing library or Spectator or, something like that, right? They've all updated now as well, so that you can just essentially bootstrap just a standalone component. Right. And then you can mock your selectors as you normally would, because you're just telling the test bed when you encounter the selector, use this instead, pretty much. Right.
It's kind of nice, right? Because you don't have to. I mean, one thing that was always hard about like testing was like wiring up the whole test harness with all the like providers and imports and all this stuff. And because that's all now encapsulated inside the standalone component, like you can just say, okay, wire this thing up and let's test it. Which is really nice.
Exactly. And that's really, really great, because before, so what you had to do was say like you were using test bed with non-standalone components, your test bed would declare your component, right? But you're not importing the module that the component's declared in. So now in your test bed, you also need to make sure that your imports array mirrors that of your modules imports array that is declaring the module, right? So there's this like duplication of data, right? And then any providers you have in there, or blah, 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 right? So now with standalone components, when you bootstrap the component, like by declaring it essentially, right? It already knows what it needs, and you don't need to like copy and paste. Because now imagine you go and add something new to your component, right? You don't have to go into your spec file and add that import, because you already added it in the component. So it already knows about it. And that was one of the biggest annoyances I always found. It's like, oh, I'm going to go change the all of these buttons in these 15 libraries to material buttons, right? Great, cool. I made sure I imported everything. Then you go run your tests and they all fail because your test module doesn't know about the material button. But now with standalone components, your standalone component just knows about it. So when you bootstrap it in your test, it already knows all of its dependencies.
It's kind of like we used to, with the scan pattern, we would just import the module from the component into the test bed, and then it would all the dependencies would write along with it, or all the imports and stuff. But
wouldn't you get,
that was the benefit.
Wouldn't you get duplicate declaration issues with that though?
And so in testing library, that's what we use. There's a decorator or a property that's, oh gosh, I can never remember what it is, but you can turn it to not get that duplicate declaration.
Gotcha. Yeah,
So-
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, there's a way around it, but you
need another library for it. It wasn't, test bed itself
yeah.
didn't support that, right? So it's kind of annoying.
And it's not as clear, like when you're just like, if you really are trying to test the component, but then you're importing the module, like it seems, it's nicer to just straight up, no, I'm just testing this component. Here it is. This is the one I'm testing.
Exactly. Right.
Give me the stuff I need.
Yeah. And then you can mock things after the fact, right? Like when you're like, okay, I'm going to instantiate this, but I don't actually want it to instantiate this one component that it uses because that has a bunch of providers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to use test harnesses or something like that.
Or like ng mocks, or Spectator has built-in component mocks, right? You just pass in the class and it'll just mock it for you, stuff like that. So
or that all important HTTP client so that you don't make all your requests.
What?
Did y'all know that slows your test suite down a lot?
Just don't have a test suite.
Right.
Fast. ng build, ng push. Okay. So did we get through the what, or is there more like nuance around like what standalone components are, or how do they work? Did we miss
I feel like
there?
I'm ready to go write some standalone components. So
are you? Are you ready? Are you gonna...
You know what? I can tell you there are a significant number of people on my team that ask pretty much every week, is it time? Can we do it now?
So that gives me a question. Why should I start writing standalone components? Like, why do I need to change the way I'm doing things? What benefit is this going to give me?
So there's I won't say no. Obviously, there's always a caveat case here, right? But there's no like direct functional benefit to it right now because they are
I just really want to be a cool kid.
Yeah, like me. I've been YOLOing it. All the new components I write are standalone. Once it was released, I was like, I'm gonna go switch a bunch of stuff over to standalone.
And I just trail? Jay blazed
it. Jay installed like the RC of V14 into prod. It was like standalone. Yeah.
I actually was running an RC in prod for a little while recently because I wanted the Ken Match Guard, but it was only available in like 14.2.1 RC2 or something like that. And I was like, okay, I need this to actually release this feature.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
You're the CTO. You can take calculated risks like that.
Could happen.
Exactly. So anyway, this tangent, but yeah, we've been switching things over as we see fit. Like I didn't go direct my whole team to just convert everything, once it was possible, right? But if we come across something that we need to, refactor a little bit anyway, or we're say like with NX, we're moving it into a new library or something like that, we will typically just convert it over to standalone, especially because we're using scams, and scads and all that kind of stuff, right? So, or SDAMs, standalone directive Angular module, whatever. I don't know. The same thing for directives and pipes. Yeah.
Tweet some letters at us. We'll try to pronounce it on air.
So because we've been using that, it's the migration story is really easy, right? You just take the component and then you move the imports over, right? And then suddenly you can just use it everywhere, right? So it's really easy to migrate as we go, and they're fully compatible back and forth. So the benefits right now are less code to write. Honestly, is one of the biggest benefits. There's less files. Typically, you have your module in one file and your components in another file. Less exports from your barrel files. You only have your component export. You don't have a module export as well, right? Because they're combined into one export. They're one class now, right? So it's really just it's DX. It's developer UX for the most part right now.
It feels to me like it'll be easier when you do refactor stories where you remove a dependency to remember to get it, because right away you would, you're not having to remember like, and then there's that module file I forgot about. So
exactly.
Now you keep saying right now. Do you predict that there will be some like performance benefit in the future?
I don't know about performance benefit.
Or other benefit?
Yeah, so there very well will be there, and there are benefits right now, just not for the the typical Angular developer, right? Like the typical, for example, like I was talking about my dynamic component library, right? It makes it so much easier to dynamically render components if that component knows what dependencies it has, right? If it's standalone, right? Compared to, I'm dynamically rendering this component, but this component's declared in a module that has the dependencies. So I need to like get the component through the module factory, right? And then that depends if it's AOT compiled or not. And
I'm having flashbacks to a few meetings we've been in before to deal with these exact kinds of problems where we're like, wait a minute, we don't do this often enough to remember how to do it. And we know there's some weird trick to it. So So
dynamically rendering components is one of the big benefits. As the Angular, I know the Angular teams talk about this a lot, but standalone components opens up the possibility for tons of things in the framework itself, right? I think one of them is better incremental compilation, right? Like they're on the roadmap. And now this might have changed now that the Angular team's investigating the ES build, because with ES build, it's so fast. Honestly, incremental compilation might not even matter. But on the roadmap for a long time, one of the things was file level compilation, like, because right now Angular is compiled as one TSC program, right?
That's right.
But TSC does support incremental compilation of individual files. It's just the Angular can't use that. And I believe standalone components was one of the things that kind of needed to move forward if we were going to talk about this, because of the DI story for some reason. Now, I don't know the internals, so I don't know all the details of that, but my understanding is that now that standalone components are becoming a thing, it does open up the framework for compilation improvements in the future, and obviously DX improvements, right? Now, bundle size, I don't know. Right now, I don't believe there's much of an impact, because NG modules, my understanding was that they were generally compiled out anyway, and they were kind of just there to tell the DI system what was accessible, right? Versus like what you see is actually what's ending up in the bundle, right? So I don't know if there's actually like, it's more of like NG modules were there to inform the compiler about what the resulting bundle needed to be, not like, okay, here's all your modules and your components, and this is actually what gets served to the user, right? It's not like that. So
I don't think there's any, I think the only difference there, it really just comes down to how do you architect the app, right? So in terms of like, same as before, like in terms of your module story, well, assumably using Webpack in the CLI, when it goes in and it chunks it all, it's going to analyze it and look at it all. And so, I don't think there's any difference between the two, though I will say, I think if you're using standalone components, there's kind of a tendency to kind of separate things out a little bit more. And so you might end up with more and smaller chunks. Again, that's like a tendency is what I would say, like air quotes.
Yeah. And see, this is where all those individual standalone directives really come into play nicely, like the NG, like the common module, right? Because before, the common module included so much stuff, like NGF, NG4.
But I mean, the reality though is, think about like an Angular app is going to use like 90% of those, and they're all going to end up in the common chunk anyways, which your app is going to load in the very beginning. Like when you look in your network tab, you're going to see that come in. It's going to contain all the code from pretty much all of that. Because what are you not using? Maybe ng switch you're not using, like, and even before it could tree shape that. So I don't think there's going to be much of a difference there.
No. It just gives you better structure, dependency structure, where only this branch is using this one directive, right? I only, for whatever reason, I only render dates over here, and this one is a lazy loaded route, right? Just a better mental model of that, rather than just like everything's importing common module, because common module is the original shared module, right? That we all kind of just like, this is a great idea. I guess I need all these material things. So I'll just create one module that imports all my material stuff, and then
Material.module.ts, baby. Done. So I just want to reiterate to the listener that we've been talking a lot about all these standalone components and how this all works. And then Jennifer asked a great question about why. And I think the answer, if I were to kind of summarize, is Jay, you're telling us, well, there's not a great story today other than like developer experience, right? That is kind of the why. It's like,
It's
hey,
one of the biggest
if you want to go out and like, yeah, you want to reach for this, go for it and use it. But if you're on a team today and you're writing Angular as if it was version 13 and you've got ng modules everywhere, nothing needs to change. You don't have to go migrate your app. You don't need to go balking up to the director of engineering and say, oh, we got to change everything. We need more funding, blah, blah, blah. Like you can continue as is today. And if you want, you can start leveraging this because it's all backwards compatible. Like you said, you start leveraging this if you want from like a developer experience standpoint, not necessarily from like a runtime performance standpoint, not from like a bundle size standpoint. It's just kind of another optionality and a preference.
Yeah. ng modules.
Did I miss something?
Oh, I have a follow-up question to this when you confirm this.
Okay.
We're confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're
all right.
good.
So
ng modules aren't going anywhere.
So, right, like I'm thinking from the perspective of like, I'm an Angular developer. I know what I don't know. And I have like my laundry, like I feel like all of us developers have this where like I have my laundry list of things that I just feel like I don't have a good enough understanding of. And I want to get to them. I want to balance that alongside the feature work I have to do to keep my job. Like where do I need to put learning standalone components and understanding them on my priority list of things I need to know to be a successful, proficient, employable Angular developer?
I would say it's not high because it inherently doesn't affect the quality of your application, right? Whether you're using modules or components, that isn't what's going to determine a good Angular application in terms of runtime performance, feature set. Standalone components have literally nothing to do with what you're delivering to the customer, right? And at the end of the day, we're building these things for the customers, right? Like we don't have businesses without the people using them. So standalone components are not necessary to create quality Angular applications. Now, they might help your developers be more efficient at creating the quality Angular application just due to, the mental model that they need to keep in their head, time savings, just like, see, I failed. I need to go back and fix this test because I forgot to import this. I forgot to import map button module in my spec file, just things like that, right? But that's like an ancillary benefit, just because it's helping your developers. But at the end of the day, it's up to the devs, the engineers, the programmers, whatever you want to call them, to be building applications in a performant way, in an architecturally sound way. You're using correct action hygiene patterns if you're using NGRX, right? Like standalone components have literally nothing to do with how you set up your REST calls or your GraphQL calls, like if you're using Apollo or not, like nothing to do with that. It's just code structure and DX for the most part right now. Now, those might lead to your devs being more efficient and enjoying writing it more, like, oh, thank you. I don't need to write modules anymore, right? Like that was it's just such an annoying thing that I had to do before I could start writing my component. Like that's really what the benefit is right now. There will be more down the road for sure. But
so that's another follow-up question. Let's say I'm a Lara where I'm a team lead and I've got some engineers on my team who just like love being on the cutting edge and they're begging to write standalone components. Can I give them the green light? Can I say, hey, yeah, go test this new technology out without worrying that I'm going to be burdening other team members who are not on that trajectory?
There shouldn't be any reason you can't. Now, of course, I will say standalone components are still in developer preview until
we should keep calling that out until they're
out. So standalone components
it's still in developer preview.
They're currently in developer preview. So
can we redefine that for our audience so we're all on the same page?
What that means is that this feature is in the framework. It's not it's not really a beta feature, but the public API surface is subject to change based on what the Angular team learns from real world use. Now, of course, Angular 15, I believe it's right around the corner. It's usually like the fall, winter. This will be the fall, winter release kind of thing, right?
It might be next week.
It's
yeah,
coming.
so.
Or week after.
People are talking about it.
Yeah, I have a GDE meeting next week about something to do with 15, so I don't know. That might be it.
Will you ping me on Mastodon if we get a confirmation? Because I don't know if I can make that meeting.
Great.
Toot Jennifer on Mastodon.
Yeah, great. Got it.
Wait, did you
Like how I
just say
keep bringing
to,
it around.
wait, did you just say to poop, Jennifer?
No, toot.
Toot.
It's
Oh,
not a
toot.
full- it's
Toot.
like similar.
The one thing that I've found is that the routing definitely takes on a little bit of a different mental model than currently if you're only using standalone components. So for example, if you're so with Angular, you can now bootstrap a standalone component rather than bootstrapping your app module, right? But that means now all of those things that would have existed in your app module are existing in like root providers and imports in the bootstrap call itself, right? Now this includes routing. Routing gets a little bit different. There's no more like feature routing module that gets imported into your feature module, and then that's what's used in the lazy like the load children property of your routing, right? So routing is definitely the one area where I would caution people on with it right now, because it's
be prepared to
it is a bit different, right? And then especially with providers. So with providers, you can now provide them at like route levels. So like your routing configuration, you have like the path component or load children. There's now a load component that you would use if it's a standalone component and not a module. So when you're refactoring, if you refactor a module that actually is the one responsible for loading a route, you need to not only change it there, but your routing configuration needs to use load children and then, arrow function, import, whatever, right? Otherwise that won't work. And then there's new properties there, like, there's can activate, can deactivate, et cetera, et cetera. Now there's a providers, and you can provide providers at route levels for that part of the route tree and below, right? If you import a router if you import a provider, if you provide a provider, oh my Lord, if you provide a provider in a component, that doesn't mean that the children component get that provider, right? Which is different than modules, right? So if you're routing using standalone components, your providers need to be configured differently if you want the whole tree to have them. Because before it was like, okay, I have this module that declares my component that has a router outlet in it, and I'm going to put my providers in there. And then anything under that router outlet also has access to these. If you just switch that into a standalone component and move all the providers into your standalone component, your children components are not going to have access to that provider, because that provider array is for that one component, right? So that is the one area I would caution people on. And definitely if you want to really start migrating your applications over to standalone components everywhere, if you're like, I hate modules, no more modules, we're going to burn all the modules to the ground, definitely go and read about how the routing story works, the new route level providers, bootstrapping standalone components, stuff like that, because it will throw some people, I think, for sure. It's not just as simple as, oh, this component is used in another component and I'm just going to make it standalone.
Right.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah, the story changes a bit right there, and especially as you mentioned in the routing. And I think that's where kind of one of the solutions to that, and there's a couple of things that come into play here with dependency injection, is there's a couple of new functions that have been provided by Angular 14 and this new standalone feature. And one is the import providers from function. And then we also have the inject function. Tell us a little bit more about kind of what these functions are for and the problems that they solve.
Yeah, so import providers from is a like compatibility layer function meant for cases where you have a module that provides some stuff, let's say like NGRX store, right? Usually you would have like the store module and you .4 root it kind of thing, right? But when you're bootstrapping a standalone component, I don't believe the imports array is there, right? But you need a way to be able to provide certain things, right? Like the store, you want to provide your NGRX store at the root, right? So you'd use the import providers from. So what that essentially does is it instantiates that module or whatever the internal framework is actually doing there, right? And then passes those providers along so that all of your providers are still provided correctly, but they're not done via the importing, air quotes, of the store module, right? You're kind of, that function is taking all of the providers that end up being provided via that module import and providing
and shoving them in.
Exactly.
Take these providers and push them in.
Yeah,
that's what it does. Push these providers to here is what they should have called the function. I'm kidding.
That's
Naming's
way
hard.
more clear. That's
way more clear.
Yeah, way more. I don't think so.
So it's just that one's a compatibility function for now, I believe. Like for example, you can use it with I think you can use it with the router module.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can do import providers from, and then do like router module for root, and then bring in your root modules. Yep.
Or what you can do now is where, thanks to all of this work that the Angular team's doing, we can now do like provide router. And there's provider functions for these features. And then within that provide router, you can go like provide tracing or provide initial navigation or whatever all the other ones are, right? So that is the new way of import providers from router module.4 root, right? So it's kind of just this like interop. So like I actually did a couple of deploy requests for NGRX where we all of the modules for like, I can't remember what ones I did. Maybe I did NGRX data, maybe
provide
the router module
selector.
Exactly. So where it was like you can still import the router store, but you can also now provide router store, right? So it's kind of this interop, and what the module actually does is it uses the provide router store function internally. So it's kind of just a wrapper for compatibility's sake for the time being. But Angular has been moving towards switching to just provider functions rather than modules, because the modules are being phased out as they're not necessary anymore. Phased out within the framework itself, not phased out from your applications, just so I'm clear. Modules will still continue to be supported. It's just you get better tree shakeability if you use provider functions, because you can't, well, you can, but Angular doesn't tree shake out pieces of a class, right? So if you're configuring, say, the router using the module, you get the whole router, right? But if you use provider functions, then they can tree shake out, say, like the tracing code if you're not actually using tracing, right? So you get better tree shakeability with these provider functions. I've actually started using provider functions a lot just in our own code base rather than creating wrapper modules for reusable code. It's a really clean, nice way. There's also less decorators. It's just plain TypeScript for the most part. So rant about provider functions and imports and import providers from. Now the inject function. This is one of the most exciting things that's happened recently in the Angular story, I think. Oh man, people love that. I remember on Twitter, now Mastodon. I'm sure there's a conversation on Mastodon about it as well. I just wasn't part of it.
We haven't found it yet.
I haven't found it.
I have no idea where everybody is.
Yeah, I don't know what server they're talking about this on. So the inject function. So with the inject function, before, you always had to inject things via the constructor. And then if you had a injection token, you had to do @inject injection token, and then blah, 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 and then give it a type, which is the type of the injection token, right?
And the injection token function is how it knows which service you're talking about.
Exactly, right? Because if it's not a class or it's not some concrete value, it can't be injected, right? So injection tokens are just a config object, for example. A config object cannot be injected, but you can tell Angular, if you see this injection token, it's supposed to be this config, right? which is what we've been doing now. Unfortunately, the at inject decorator in the constructor isn't type safe, right? Because you need to define a type for it. It's like constructor, at inject, injection token, my variable name, private, whatever, colon, and then the type, right?
But doesn't the injection token, when you new up an injection token, doesn't have a generic that wasn't type safe?
It does, but the decorator is the one that was actually injecting it. And the decorator, there's no connection between the decorator and the type annotation.
Yeah, interesting.
But with the new inject function, if you inject an injection token, the result of that is the generic of the injection token. So you get automatic type safety there for your injection tokens. Now, this also works for classes. You can inject the store from NGRX, for example, right? And then there's different options in that inject function. So you can do like optional true or self true, like all of those different other decorators, right? So again, type safety, right? If you did like at inject your token and then at optional and then something, your variable name, and then a type, that could be undefined, but you might not have typed it as undefined. But with the eject function, if you mark it as optional, your variable will be typed correctly such that it might be null, right? So I believe the Angular framework uses the inject function internally, and this is.
I think so. It was just like it was like theta injector or whatever it was, exactly. Right?
So when Angular compiles your classes and your services and stuff like that, it was actually using this function for a while. Like that's how the DI system works. But now it's just exposed so that we can actually use it inside of our classes. We can use it inside of our directives, our pipes. We can even use it inside of functional route guards, which are also another new thing in Angular. You don't need to define your route guards. You can activate, can deactivate, stuff like that as a class. It can just be like an arrow function. And within that arrow function, you can call inject whatever, inject HTTP service dot get whatever.
Right? You're done.
It's so much cleaner. And
wait, Jay, next thing you're going to do, you're going to tell me that Angular is getting functional components. Is that where you're going with this?
Hey, that's a pretty hot take.
Spicy.
I love it. I heard a lot of function. I could just inject. It's just a function. I can just use it. And I'm just going. It's just a function. Next thing I was like, Jay's going to drop some hot knowledge here and be like, functional components, and you're good to go.
I mean, the Angular team has been tweeting, like, well, one of the Angular team members, compiler, oh man, can't remember his name now. I even met him at ngconf. Anyway, he's been tweeting just like ideas like, oh, I'm experimenting with like, what does everyone think of this syntax or that syntax for writing components kind of thing, right?
Alex?
Sorry? No.
Is it Alex? Jeremy?
The other guy.
The other guy.
I don't know.
Starts with a P.
It's not Joey. Joey
Peru.
Powell?
Oh, Powell. Yeah.
Powell. Yeah. So he's been tweeting out recently, just like, oh, like, what do you think of this? And it's like you return an object that has a template and all this kind of stuff, right? So just like playing around with different ideas. Don't know if functional components are coming or not. I know a lot of people.
Don't worry, Brian. I'll keep asking.
Now, funny enough.
I mean, you could return an object with a template and all this stuff, or you could just have like a render function. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a library author. I don't write frameworks, but if I were,
it's so funny because so for so long people have been like complaining about, oh, decorators this, decorators that. Angular's so different than everybody else. Like it's harder to blah, 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 right? And now that the Angular team's like moving away from these like at injectable, like you can use functional route guards, for example, or provider functions instead of modules. I've been seeing people on Twitter be like, well, decorators are what made Angular. Like this is just the death of the framework. And I'm
How are we supposed to complain about Angular if there's no decorators?
I was like, oh man.
I'm with Laura on this one.
Don't take my decorators away from me.
This is all we had to differentiate
This is
ourselves.
all we had.
I'm a decorator. It's just what
the
I
kids
do.
are going to come marching after us.
I was like, you just can't please everybody.
Wait.
No.
How are we going to charge premium consulting rates if we don't have decorators?
Right.
I mean, come on,
Right?
Jennifer, are you with me?
All of those decorators.
Crickets. 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 Okay, go ahead.
There's more code to write.
That's right. Okay, so my question about the inject function is because we've been talking a lot about standalone components, but it's not part of standalone components. You can use this in other components.
You can use it in components, directives, pipes, functional route guards, any injectable resolver, normal guards, everything, right? Now, caveat, you can't just inject something, say, in your ng on a net or some function like you're like, oh, I don't need the router unless someone clicks this button. So then on the click handler, I'm going to call a function in my component and then inject the router. You can't do that. The inject function needs to be used within what's called the injection context. So I believe there's a new thing called run in environment injector, or I'm probably butchering it, but there's something. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know anything about it. But the inject function needs to be used within an injection context. So like class instantiation. So when you define a class variable, you can go like, class component bracket, and then you'd be like router equals inject router instead of going constructor router : router, right? So those are equivalent. Or like at the start of functional route guards, you can use the inject function, but you can't use it, say, like, and I learned this yesterday actually, is if you have a functional route guard and you make an API call in that route guard, and then an error occurs and you want to route, like create a different URL tree in the catch error of your pipe, right? You can't inject in there. The inject
you have to but you can inject it up above and
Correct.
then
You can
let route
and
const router equals and then use it.
Yeah.
But it can't be inside like some callback function or like a promise.
Because only the start is within the injection context.
Well, that's tricky.
Yeah, I learned that yesterday. I was like, oh, this, because like now you're thinking like, how does it know? Does it know it's in the injection context before anything starts to happen? Or like, is it only the first lines? Like it's a little weird.
So, okay, a couple of days ago, somebody tweeted about the public class fields kind of messing up the order of initialization. So if you were to take an injectable service and then you declare a variable equal to the return value of it, you would get undefined because it's no longer constructing and then running those.
Because of TS 4.9. So TypeScript 4.9 is making a change to make the compiled output more TC39 compliant, I believe, which messes up the instantiation of the classes. So now if you were to do like, router equals inject router, and then below you do like continue URL tree equals this dot router dot create URL tree, whatever, right? That will break now after I think it's TS 4.9, whatever the next version of Angular is going to be using, unless a different TypeScript flag is being set. And if you're using an NX workspace, NX Migrate is going to fix this, as that was confirmed by one of the NX team members to me yesterday. So it's fine. There is a TypeScript flag to get the old behavior back, but because of TC39 compliance, TypeScript compilation is going to break field initialization like that if you're using, like, say, the inject function.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the use defined for class fields flag that they've introduced with that.
And you want to set it to false if you want to maintain compatibility.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to hear a lot more about mainly because I think everyone's apps are going to break. But
yeah, everyone's like, oh, you don't need the constructor anymore. Like, you can just use the inject function and then reference your injected services right there in your class initialization. And now TS 4.9 is just gonna be like,
ooh,
interesting.
Your class initialization.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's exciting.
Yeah. I read that and I was like, what?
I think we all were like, what?
was like, you're
I remember
kidding,
reading it
right?
and they're like, this doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, it
Wait,
does.
wait, wait.
You're silly.
But we still love TypeScript, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just love older TypeScript. We're just not like the next gen.
4.9 is mean. But
Yeah.
Who
like,
needs TC39 compliance?
Mm-mm. Chumps. That's who.
Yeah, chumps.
people that ship apps probably do.
All right. Well, was there anything else that we didn't cover regarding these topics today?
I ranted about a lot of things, so I'm not sure what we didn't cover.
Let's summarize a little bit. Would that be good?
Yeah, let's do that
Like,
because
okay.
maybe we missed something.
Well, I mean, in general, like, so V14, we got standalone components, developer preview. Yep. And V15, they're going to finalize the APIs, I think, right?
I believe so.
I hope this is an NDA stuff. Sorry. They're going to finalize the APIs. It's going to come out of developer preview. Standalone components will exist. We don't get runtime performance improvements or bundle improvements, but we do get developer experience improvements.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of a new way of doing things. And
it's fun and fresh.
But it's fun and fresh. But there are some nuances around things like dependency injection, and we got to do, like, especially if we bootstrap our app into a standalone component. So there's some nuance around that too, in terms of setting up routing and all of that. But that also comes with some new things like setting up providers on our routing level and all of that.
Yeah.
You also mentioned NG modules. I think you said this like 5 times, so let's just say it again. NG modules are not going anywhere.
Correct.
Like,
don't have
as
to
far as we all
code.
know, we're not like crossing our fingers behind our backs. Like, as far as we know, like, NG modules were good yesterday, they're good today, they're good tomorrow.
And
Correct.
I think to your point, pointing out that the ngIf and like ng4, those are already standalone components, and we didn't know
Good to
that.
go.
Correct.
Like, we didn't realize that happened. So proof, #proof. It's not a big deal.
Also, one thing I will note on the NGF, the different like common module, directives, components, and pipes that are all now standalone, you can import those into your existing modules too. You're like, oh, I'm not ready to make my component standalone.
Oh, interesting.
But I want to
sure.
use the standalone NGF.
Why not? It's still
in
there.
your module that declares your component. Rather than importing common module, you can import NGF or date type or number pipe, whatever. So all of it's interoperable. Components, modules, they go both ways the whole time. Yeah.
Cool.
And in terms of migration story, you don't need to migrate, and there's no automated migration. So if I do NG upgrade or NG downgrade, I'm not going to get any sort of additional. You might. You haven't
heard about NG downgrade yet. But,
you haven't heard about it,
check the
Jay.
process tomorrow.
It's coming out.
Is that under NDA?
I don't think so.
We're thinking
Okay,
like
that's
early
good.
spring, like March.
I think
or
early
maybe
spring,
April, like
maybe
early
the beginning
April.
of April. We're gonna have like a downgrade command. It's supposed to be really hot. I think they did some collab with Vercel on this. It's going to be turbo Angular, I believe. So,
and all the components are going to be functional. I'm just saying.
Everything's functional. And JSX.
You can read more about it on Mastodon.
You can learn more about. Follow us today.
Oh, but I blocked your server. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
I forgot where I was going. But I think the point is, like, standalone components are like a great improvement to the eco space. Like, and we have all of these great things, but like, you don't have to reach for it.
No.
You can continue to develop Angular as you were before, but there's some new APIs to kind of leverage, some new functionality. One question I have for you, Jay, since you are a proponent of standalone components, do you tend to put your templates and your styles in the same file?
Okay, so single file components. Here's
are you a monster and you do standalone true and you still have a SCSS file and an HTML file?
So I'll give you the
or
senior
are you a
engineer
good person and you put it all in one file?
It depends, Brian.
Oh, garbage.
Okay, so no,
that's it. We're done. Close this. Wrap us, Laura. Let's go.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us today.
I typically use I try to use a single file whenever I can. So single file components, SFC, you might have heard those being talked about a little bit as well. That's where instead of using style URLs or template URL, you use styles. or template and use like template strings.
Mhm.
Now, if my template is large,
massive,
maybe you want to split it apart anyway. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But if it's really big, or if there's a lot of styles, I typically leave those in separate files, because otherwise you're like, now you have one file that has everything in it, and it's
You're
hard
back
to
to
like.
a 3,000 line file component, even if it's
But
not
but wait, maybe you should break that component up, Jay.
Yes, maybe you should. You're correct.
I'm giving you a hard time. I appreciate.
SFCs though, like single file components, they're very clean. Like a lot of the components are just like, shells or wrappers. They're like, this is the component that has the router outlet in it that's being positioned a certain way or something like that, right?
Yeah.
By all means, make that a single file component, because you probably have
it's just
10 lines of HTML, 5 lines of it. You have a couple divs with some.
You have a router outlet.
Exactly.
Literally.
You're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
To clean them up, I also typically, if there's no styles, I'll remove the styles array or the style URLs array just entirely.
Yeah.
If the component doesn't have any styles, because there's no point in having that additional property there if it's unused, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool. All right, you're hired.
You're hired. We're sold.
You're hired.
We're all gonna go refactor all our apps. And
what am I hired for? King of open source, king of Angular.
Yes. That
is that title already taken? Is there not a king of Angular?
I haven't seen, at least not on Mastodon. So if you go back to Mastodon, I will declare you king of Angular.
What server do I have to join?
I don't know.
Any of that?
Mastodon.angular?
I see there isn't one, right? So I feel like we're missing that little niche there. We need the Angular server, right? Exactly. But apparently it doesn't matter, and you can change and whatever. So, alrighty.
None of it matters.
Nothing matters. Welcome to 2022, where nothing matters. It's like the points don't matter. And anyways, all right. Well, thank you, Jay Bell, for joining us. We very much appreciate you taking your time to do such an amazing job describing standalone components and the inject function. I know I feel a lot less that sort of like creeping anxiety of, oh no, what do I need to learn next? So that's awesome. And if somebody were to say somebody's still on the Titanic playing their violin, how would they contact you? What's your LinkedIn address? I guess is what we say now, right?
/JBell-17842 or something. I have no idea. LinkedIn isn't like Mastodon. You don't get like a nice.
No, you get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
I don't want to. I know you're rapping so beautifully, but I actually got on LinkedIn like super early, and I did get B-Love on LinkedIn. Nice. So I'm like /in/B-Love. I just want to say,
look at
very
you now.
Fancy. So if get in your time machine, go back and get that. Yeah.
In 2005.
Right. Go back to 2005. Yeah, exactly.
13 in 2005. Yeah. I wasn't on LinkedIn in 2005.
Were you not thinking about your career? Jeez.
I was way too busy being addicted to World of Warcraft at that point.
The only reason why I got on LinkedIn is I was working at a college at the time. This is way rant offshoot. I was working at a college at the time, and they actually had the CEO of LinkedIn come in and like give us a talk. And I will not kid you, like the CEO of LinkedIn standing in front of like, I don't know, a room of 200 people. And he's like, I promise that if you get 100 connections, your life will change. Never happened. I gotta say, I don't know if he listens to the podcast.
I have gotten a lot of job offers to be a seasonal cashier at Kohl's, and so I think that's a real win here. So,
and there you go.
All right. So let's go back to maybe not LinkedIn, maybe Twitter.
Yeah.
How can we reach out to you?
At J Cooper Bell.
This is where the Cooper comes in. So if your brain is like mine, you have to just keep going and say Bell at the end. So
exactly. Yeah. I don't think J Bell was available. Otherwise, I'm going to take it. No, someone's got it. Yeah. They joined in 2008.
Hey, this is Preston Lamb, one of the NG Champions writers. In our daily battle to crush out code, we run into problems, and sometimes those problems aren't easily solved. ngConf broadcasts articles and tutorials from NG Champions, like myself, that help make other developers' lives just a little bit easier. To access these articles, visit medium.com/ngconf.
Well, that's another episode of the Angular Plus Show. Our hosts are Laura Newsom, Jennifer Waddella, Nicole Oliver, and Brian Love. Thank you to our producers, Brianne Smithia and Loyal Carlin, our founders, Joe Eames and Aaron Frost, the entire NGComp team, and all of our sponsors and subscribers for making this episode of the Angular Plus Show possible. If you have questions, comments, or suggestions for a future episode, contact us at theangularplusshow.com/contact or reach out to us on Twitter at Angular Show. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on the next episode of the Angular Plus Show.
Listen in, it's time to talk about transitions into management positions or internationalization in exotic destinations. We could parlay over testing and progressive applications or talk relationships, but mainly please don't leave for other stations. There are many fun and pretty useful things to know. You might even learn some on the Angular Plus Show.
At Cisco, we believe in connecting the unconnected and putting customers first. Cisco's customer and partner experience organization is building the digital front door to Cisco by connecting all Cisco's offerings through one cloud-based customer portal, CX Cloud. We deliver by collaborating and learning from each other to improve the efficiency and quality of our code, to uphold spectacular design and great UX. To learn more, click on the Services tab at cisco.com. We are Cisco, and we are powering an inclusive future for all. Be you. Be with us.
I'm just saying, there aren't a lot of things that will get me into Ohio, especially Ohio in January, but a party conference at an indoor water park is absolutely one of those things.
Okay, so party conference?
Party conference. I mean, like that, like when I try and tell people what CodeMash is, I'm pretty much like, it is the party conference of the US. Like, I don't feel like anything compares to it. And Jordan, you've been to it before, correct? Just not spoken at it?
Yeah, I've been there, I think 3 times. And I totally agree. Like, there's the first tech conference I ever went to. I was like, whoa, like what? Like, I must be missing out on like
people are like way into this.
Yeah, I was like, this is different. Like, but yeah, it's super cool. And you're right. January, Ohio in January is not a place where it's not on the tourism like top of the list. But I will say, I will stick up for my state. A lot of people ask, like, well, why do you live in Ohio? Why do you live, in the Midwest? And I'm like, listen, if you live in the Midwest, you know what you're signing up for. Like,
Right.
like it's not like a surprise that it gets really cold every winter. You're like,
Right.
it's a great place to raise your family. Like, it's pretty cheap
My
to
house was
live.
pretty
Like,
cheap.
We
Yeah,
get
like
pretty
there-
fall trees.
Exactly.
and it's like, like it's part of the experience. Like, it doesn't get like miserably hot in the summer. Like, there's benefits, but yeah, January is not the time of the year you want to come visit to like get a full scope of what Ohio's like.
I feel
I
like
will
if
say,
we,
I don't think I've ever made it out of CodeMash, by the way, like
Right.
without getting delayed or stranded. Mhm.
I feel like
Yeah,
if
the
you
Cleveland
ascribed
airport,
a
yeah.
color, like if you ascribed a color to Ohio in January, it would be like a dingy,
Gray.
like gray brown color.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's ground. It's ground. It's gray for sure.
Yeah.
But if
yeah,
you
that's
ascribe a color to CodeMash in Ohio
It's
in
orange.
January, it's orange.
hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, like
Nice.
and so and I don't know if we said this, but so it's at a Kalahari resort and it's
Yeah.
tech agnostic, right? So you've got a ton of different tech tracks. They've got pre-compilers for kids, so it's something that you can bring the family to and like do robotics workshop for kids at the beginning. But like there's stuff going on every night. Like there's always a massive board game room for all the nerds. But then you
Do
can
they
go
rent
hang
out the water park?
They do. They shut it down for only conference
Nice.
attendees.
So yeah,
on one
I
of the
did that.
nights.
I did that at that conference up in the Dells.
Oh, yep.
Like I took my family up. I was like, we're gonna go to the Dells. Why not? Like, there's no other like we would never go here otherwise. But if we could go for free, it sounds fun. And that was kind of the greatest thing ever. You know, like it's not like I'm itchy to be in my swimsuit around my tech colleagues, but it turns out most of them just hung out at the bar. So it was just my teenage kids and my husband and I just like tearing it up on all the water slides. So
I mean, that's my haunt is like, so they have the hot tubs that like are inside and outside. And it's just like, it's January, it's freezing cold out. You're just trashing the hot tub, like getting into snowball fights with each other.
Nice.
Like, I don't remember what year it was, but we were just in there singing like Little Mermaid at the top of our lungs.
This is when you learn things about your tech colleagues, right? We put on a very like mild-mannered front on, you know, social media, but then, you know, we show up in Sandusky with our beer hats and
with our hurricane drinks.
Right.
Do you have any good stories, Jordan?
Yeah, I was going to say, ironically, the very first time, I don't even know if you remember this, Jennifer, but the very first time I met you was at Code Mash, and I went to one of your talks on Gatsby. It was like something about I don't know, like the Gilmore Girls or something like
Gossip Girl.
Yeah. Nice. And so I went to that talk and I was like, oh, this Gatsby thing's kind of cool, you know. So I've since like, you know, built a few things with it. You know, it's not necessarily the hot new thing anymore, but you know, I can enjoy some Gatsby. But anyways, yeah, that was the first time that I guess like heard you talk in person, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, Code Mash is definitely a great time, great experience. There's one of my favorite things is I'm a musician, and they do on the last night of the conference, they basically like rent out a full blown like bring in a whole stage. They bring in live drums, guitars, bass, every instrument, microphones. Like it's like they're bringing in a full live band, and then just all these nerds go up and just start swapping around instruments, and it's super fun. Like I love that. It's like my favorite thing.
That's
nice.
Awesome.
That sounds great. And I was looking at the speaker list, and it's like I have to scroll like several times. So there's
a massive
probably
concert.
something for everybody. So that's something to look forward to.
There's only one Angular talk this year, and it's from Wade, who's been on our podcast before. They had no Angular talks last year.
Interesting.
So
interesting.
We got to bring that rep back and bring the Angular.
Oh yeah, Wade from Bitovi. You know that guy.
Well,
All
are
right.
you just talking Cypress, Jordan?
Yeah, so I'm going to do a workshop where the first half is going to be like end-to-end testing, and the second half I'm going to talk about component testing, which I think we'll get into more on this podcast.
Hey,
but
we should make a whole podcast about that.
Yeah,
let's do it right now.
But I will probably talk Angular component testing at the so it's like not necessarily an Angular talk per se, but we'll touch into some Angular in my workshop.
That sounds exciting. So on that note, I think it's probably time for me to welcome you to the Angular Plus show, where app developers of all kinds share their insights and experiences. I am your host, Lara Newsome. With me today is my lovely host, our other lovely host, Jennifer Wadella.
10 out of 10, quality script reading, Laura.
I did it. Y'all, I found it. I found the tab I had open up, so I was able to actually read it and not just like wing it. And then our guest today is the amazing Jordan Powell. He had a very exciting announcement today on Twitter. So we are taping this November 11th. So what happened, or November 9th? What happened on November 8th, Jordan?
For sure. So yesterday we released Cypress 11, which super exciting release for us. Cypress 10 was actually probably our biggest release of Cypress ever. We basically created a whole new type of testing, which is component testing. And historically, Cypress's kind of bread and butter has been end-to-end testing. And basically we released support for component testing, but part of that work was like, basically now we have like two types of testing. How do we like unify the UI? Like how do we basically change like the entire experience for users using Cypress? And so that was 10.0. And then yesterday, like I said, as of this recording, we released 11.0, which basically is general release for component testing. So it's here to stay. It went over really, really well. A lot of people are really liking it. And my favorite thing is that, we have support for React, Vue, and and Svelte. But my favorite thing is like the Angular use case, in my opinion, is probably the greatest of any of the frameworks. And I jokingly like was kind of like I was one of the ones who pretty much built the majority of Angular component testing in Cypress. But I jokingly tell people like, this is the thing that I always wish I had when I was working in Angular, like every day. Like I want to be able to test there's so many things I wish I could have used this on, several years ago that I thankfully, the community now has access to. So.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
Well, and I feel like we need to talk about who you are, because technically, is your title like DX at Cypress?
Yeah, I'm a DX engineer, but it's like I kind of do DevRel advocacy stuff, but I'm like still an engineer, so I still like writing features and stuff like that. So
you get to build the tools you wish you would have had. So that's like living the dream, right?
Pretty much.
Very cool. Introduce yourself beyond just your job title to our audience if they are not familiar with you.
Yes. So again, Jordan Powell. I am a developer experience engineer at Cypress. And if it isn't obvious already, I come from the state of Ohio, per our shenanigans earlier. But I've spent the last, before coming to Cypress, I spent the last really like 5 or 6 years pretty much doing enterprise Angular work on a regular basis. I at one point was higher, but I think I'm still like top 10, like NGRX contributor, big fan of NGRX. And so, Cypress was a tool that I remember when I was at a conference, the very first time I saw it, and I was like, this is like magic. Like, how are they doing this? Like, I hated end-to-end testing. I hated Protractor, and I always felt like it was super painful. And then when I saw Cypress, I was like, whoa, like it made me want to go home and write tests, which I was like, that never happens, right? And so that's kind of my journey to Cypress, is that I kind of felt like the Angular community, from my experience, really loves Cypress, but inside of Cypress, there isn't a lot of Angular community people. There isn't a lot of people aware or connected to the Angular community. And so I really wanted to come and kind of bridge the gap and start to create tools like component testing for